Wouldn't it be great if we had some music playing? Well, it's 6 o'clock and we still have the servers going. You can see in the top right hand corner. Maybe it's about to get interesting. See, you guys are starting to fall in here. Comment in the chat section there. We'll try to get to you. Still waiting on a few others to join us. In case you don't know, I'm the Naked Vault Dweller. I'm about as southern as you get. Sitting here with me right now is Dysterium.
Hi.
As you notice in the top right hand corner, I've got the server status loaded there, so we'll know when the servers go down and when the servers come back up. I've been anxious to see what is the all the changes that we're going to see in this patch. And it looks like that is down. They're slowly bringing down everything. Hey, Colin, how you doing, man? Just waiting for Valseek to post us the change log.
Yeah, he hasn't posted anything yet.
No, he hasn't yet. It says that we've begun maintenance on the servers, but he hasn't posted a change log yet in here for us. Holy smokes, you're like 16 hours ahead of us. The update starts now, Grandpa Green. So we're looking at potentially 3 hours on the update. Could be less. I've seen it normally go around about 3 hours. And normally they start it at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, but they've kicked it off 3 hours early this time around. So uh, normally release a server down video that the moment that I know that they're going to bring the servers down, but this time I actually released it a day early, just because they've been so consistent with releasing it on uh, at 10 a.m.
Okay. So, this is a Fallout 76 has just gone down.
Yeah, our tracker in the top right hand corner still says that it's up though. It's a little disappointing. It's lying to us. Actually, it's not lying to us. It's in the wrong location. Kind of eager to see what they're going to show us. With this new update. I think now, as you can see it, we are in the maintenance period.
Val's.
Cool, Colin. David, how's it going, man? Shane, I believe that all the PlayStation servers are down as well. I'm not sure how they're going to bring those back online either. The I get asked a lot, what's the sequence of the servers coming back online, and it's generally the PC that, from what I see, from the PC to the PlayStation or Xbox. Usually they bring both those platforms back online at the same time. I'm thinking Valseek doesn't like us because I'm not seeing the change log yet. I've kind of got the idea that most people enjoy playing the different styles such as Bloodied and Junkie. What are you guys looking forward to with this new update? I'm really anticipating camp slots personally, but uh, being able to change my perk loadouts is going to be the biggest thing that I think most people are going to like. I don't mind. Check my Bethesda launcher here. And my Bethesda launcher just now shown the servers being down for Fallout 76, but I don't see any downloads for it. Now on the patch for the PTS, whenever they released it, it was like 4 gigs, and then they released another patch shortly thereafter that. It was a little bigger. There's no telling how many or what the size will be whenever they finally do come out with a release. It's you know, I've seen it them do what I would appear to be, or what I would think for it to be a small patch, and it end up being 78 gigs. James, I'm not sure when the download will begin. They had just brought the servers down. It's been down for 10 minutes. I would think it'd be just as soon as they brought the servers down, but I'd also think they'd bring the change log up just as soon as they brought the servers down, but that's not there yet. I was going to try to hit on some of the topics on that. There on my main screen here, you'll see that I'm looking at the Bethesda forums right now. This is Valseek's post letting us know that the servers are down and that it's in maintenance mode. Chunks, I play on PC, even though I'm exploring starting to play on potentially the Xbox and PlayStation. That's where I'd like to kind of move to. I keep waiting for Bethesda to do this cross-platform, especially now that they're with Microsoft, but I don't know if they're ever going to get there. Chunks, if you or anybody out there that, especially on PC, can reach me, you can find me with Naked Vault Dweller as my username. That way you can, come stalk me while I'm doing live streams. Ah, coffee. I'm not used to being up this early, doing any kind of video gaming stuff. Normally I'm taking a shower and getting ready for work. Mr. Bling 56. Still checking out the server statuses. No change log posted. And Fallout is going to be down in maintenance mode for quite some time, I imagine. I think another cool thing that we can have to look forward to here pretty soon is the ability to have pets in the game. As a lot of people have been asking for those, and not just your pets that you can go out and tame and then lose, 30 minutes later or 2 days later, but something that you can kind of tote around with you everywhere. I was reading recently that they had said that they're going to start with just kind of domestic animals like dogs and cats, but maybe they'll move on to something else. I don't know. I want to get a cat and name it Bethy. And Mikey, with the PS5, it's playing on the PS4 servers. You're not getting a lot of performance out of that. I would think that the PS5 would be able to handle that without any problem. My load times dramatically decreased when I went to a M.2 hard drive, uh, which is a solid state. I mean, blazing fast. Of course, I'd try to demonstrate that for you, but then with my luck, it'd end up just being just as slow. See, more people are falling into the chat here. Where are you guys from? I know we've got some people here already from Australia, some people that are in Central Time. I'm in Central Time too. I'm relatively close to Pensacola, Florida. If some of you know where that is. And Warheart, nice to see you, man. I'm going to move you into the audio stream. Warheart is our camp expert. He's got quite a bit going on. And Warheart, welcome to the live stream, buddy.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Would you like to introduce yourself to everybody?
I'm Warheart. I'm from the UK and I play Fallout 76, sometimes with NVD, sometimes not.
Cool. Cool. Well, we were just kicking up the stream, and I was looking for the change log to be updated on the forums, and so far Valseek has not put us a change log link in there for us to start going over what's going to be changed in this release.
Okay. I'll have a look myself as well. It's weird that they're doing it this time, I find, as well, don't you reckon? It's like usually it's later in the day and maybe that's why it's not up.
I don't know. I don't know. I can't help but to think when I was like, rolling out of bed that there's, so some little Bethesda minions running around somewhere going, it's going to go down soon. It's going to go down soon. But
Uh,
it definitely was a surprise to me because, like I was telling the chat a little earlier, they normally bring it down at 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, it's usually 5 p.m. for UK time, which is when they do the Atom shops. But I think today they've got 3 different things to do. They've got the Atom shop, which will be updated with the update. They have to do the daily ops update and stuff as well.
Yeah. So did you get an opportunity to get on the PTS any and be able to explore the new daily ops that they've got?
I did not, but I have seen some footage of people who have, and there is a thing with I think is a Mothman hatchling if you have it with the cultists that has a chance to appear. Stuff like that. I've seen a video on that. So I'm quite excited for that. And the affixes that they have instead of the ones that have been running for the past God knows how long since Daily Ops started. Instead of freezing, cloaking, and exploding? Is the 3 we have at the moment?
That's correct. And the other ones are one is like complete anti-armor. There were several of the ones that I've participated in and were like I don't know the the anti-armor one. I mean, literally you'd shoot and it'd take half your health. It was just uh, it was tough. It was tough.
I didn't get to experience it, so I'm kind of. If it's like that, I'm quite preemptive. Apprehensive about it. But yeah, it'll be good to try. It'll be a nice change, but mix things up.
We're just checking here and looking at the downloads of the game. It's Bethesda. Or we go back over here to Valseek's message here. Valseek's last message to us said that downtime will be a little longer while we perform some additional behind-the-scenes work to support today's patch.
Okay, so that'll probably be before and maybe after.
I don't know.
It's saying servers are undergoing maintenance for me, so
Yeah, that's what it's got for me too. And that post from Valseek was 18 minutes ago. You think I would have read that already, but I was just looking for the change log.
yeah. I will see what I can find if I remember what site.
I was looking at everybody in the chat there. Just wanted to tell everybody hello and see you there, Gamer Mom. Thanks for being here. Morbin, thanks for being here. Premium Gamer says it is updating. I'm not getting an update yet. And I know you guys can't see it on my screen here, but it generally is across the top. I'll see a download there. Going back to the update size, but don't know what the size is going to be when on the PTS. Whenever it was running on there, when I first downloaded this update from the PTS, it was just 4 gigabytes. So it wasn't huge. I was able to pull that down. I got a pretty fast down speed here at my house. That's going to vary across the board, but I think I had 4 gigs downloaded in 5 or 10 minutes. So if that's the case, then a lot of people will be happy that they don't have to spend another 3 or 4 hours just trying to get into the game because they have to finish up the download.
I think I did see somewhere there was. I think it might have just been for the PTS for download sizes for each platform, how much it was going to be. But I think I can't remember exactly where I saw it. But I will try and find it while trying to find the changelog at the same time.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing anything. There's nothing on the social medias that they've said. So
Yeah. Well, and the Dysterium, he's here with us too. He's about to chime in just a second. He's keeping track of our chat, and he is looking forward to changelog as well. Have you been able to find anything?
I have not. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. People in the chat are saying that it's a pretty big update. 52 gigs.
52 gigs? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I see that there. Mickey, appreciate you posting that. Ben as well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there goes my whole 4 gigs total download out the window.
I think it's dependent on what platform you're on. I think it will be less for PC because PC gets updates quicker usually. And then if you're on console, I'm expecting it to be a bit larger.
Uh, Spike has entered the channel. Hey, Spike. So Warheart, what are kind of some of the things that you're looking forward to seeing with these changes?
I quite like some of the camp stuff they're bringing. Like, obviously you get new stuff from the Mole Miner Pales. You will get the mannequins and obviously power armor mannequins. But the little fun fact about those, they've actually, the way they are in the files is they've done it so they're an actual person that's invulnerable and is static. So there's been experiences that I've seen of people on the PTS where they've moved because you know that you get that little bit of latency when you log in. So I'm kind of looking forward to see if they move because I've got a friend that has a phobia of mannequins, and it'll be fun to see if their mannequins move or not. Stuff like that. Also, new content is always welcomed.
Well, I'm always looking forward to new content, and I'm sure like just about everybody else in chat too. I'd love to see some new territory to get into.
I think there is stuff in that has been data mined that is in the files that a lot of people are thinking we're returning to Washington with expeditions, but that could be. There's stuff in the files that hasn't been used yet, and it's been there from day one. Stuff like that, so you can never really tell from data mining if it's going to be there or not.
See if we get more people into the chat. Appreciate you guys being here. Just want to say hello to everybody. And we're just waiting for that change log to pop up here. So, War, I wanted to tell you, you know, I'd you know, had you and Night Haunter, like I can never pronounce his name correctly, right?
Yeah.
I don't know why my mind like transfixed it on Hunter, but Night Hunter was going to be here with us today, and he was had to be called away, and you know, there was some things that we had talked about, maybe that he'd try to get in here, and Dysterium had thrown his name into the hat on being in the stream with us, and I asked him how he felt about Dysterium being here with us, and he was totally cool with it. So you know, he said he was going to try to listen to the stream while he was attending to some of the other things he had going on, but he couldn't fully be here with us today. So if you're listening, Night Hunter, would definitely appreciate you, man, and sorry you couldn't be here on this go around.
I think it's the time switch as well was a bit. It's not what I expected, and that's why I was a bit later coming into the stream because I wasn't. I was expecting later in the day for me rather than, and I can't imagine what it is for you, like East Coast, Central America, being up at what 7 a.m. I think you said, or 6 a.m. something like that.
I'm central, but I was up at 4 this morning,
Oh my
trying
God.
to make sure that I've got everything that I needed. And again, as I'm saying that, I'm holding my cup of coffee and looking at a screen that doesn't have the change log in it for us to go over.
It's I can't imagine. Like I'm more a nocturnal person, so for me I'd probably have stayed up, but as it was kind of like during midday, I had to kind of cycle back and have a nap. Then I came in.
Well, I just want to update people that might think that, or is, you know, people that know the channel, the YouTube channel, the Naked Vault Dweller, also probably know Bethy Butler. Bethy Butler is my partner in crime, 100%, and she is a teacher who is putting on a play today for her kids in her school, and she is not able to be here, unfortunately. So as you can see in chat, she just posted I could still look at our cameras here at the house and see that she hasn't left the house yet. She's probably listening to us right now, laughing at me because I'm talking about her. This is really my only opportunity that I can get away with about talking about her and her not beat me up. But she definitely wishes that she could be here. So Warheart, where in Europe are you? Are you
I'm in Scotland, mate. So,
okay?
and I'm not the typical sort of Scottish accent. I'm more like a North accent than the generic Scottish accent comes from the Midlands and the south of Scotland. So mine's a bit different for that reason. But they're starting to get some sunshine. It's not often you see it around here, but starting to get warmer for spring, which is good.
Yeah, I think that it'll be like, and I can't break it down into Celsius. I've never really been dedicated enough to learn it, the Celsius system. But in Fahrenheit, I think it's going to be like in the upper 80s here where I am today. Um,
That'll be about 20 Celsius, I think.
okay.
Somewhere around there.
There's a little, like when I worked as a chef, a little trick I used to learn is like if you're working from Celsius to Fahrenheit, you double it and add 30, and that's a rough estimation. And if you're working in Fahrenheit and want to go to Celsius, you subtract 30 and divide by 2.
That's a lot
Little,
of work.
it is a lot of work, but
I'm
it
just
had
going
to be done.
I'm just going to pull up my phone and find some kind of a Google page that'll tell me what the temperature is in Celsius.
I'm gonna say about 20, so
20. I can get that. I can get that. So listen, try again at refreshing our page here. And if I've got any Bethesda people, which I'm sure I don't, in our chat right now, just wanted to say keep up the good work. We appreciate you guys. I know the server's down, and uh, um, we're grateful that you guys are working as hard as you are to get them back online and getting them updated. And even though that Bethy is not here, there's certainly nothing wrong with her thumbs because she keeps responding to us in chat.
I've just remembered something that when you were asking what I was looking forward to, with the new content, is the flamethrower skin. Have you seen the flamethrower skin that you're getting with the season pass rewards?
I probably have. Let's look it up real quick.
It's like a Raider-esque type thing with it's got skull, it's got some wire. It's pretty cool. It's early on, if I remember rightly. Like rank 15, something like that.
Let's see if we get an image of it. Yeah, I don't see. Yeah, I don't see any images on it.
Let me see if I can find one for you.
I just got a bloodied flamethrower. It's a 3-star. I don't know all the specs that are on it, but I really do like it. And I have been waiting to use it because I wanted to wait till the perk loadouts come out because I didn't want to have to like jack
Yeah.
around with losing some of my points. But I really am looking forward to using that, especially in stealth.
That's another thing I'm looking forward to is I have 2 fully leveled characters, and I'll be able to test out. Like I think I'm saving my main character with the build he has, and then using the main one on my other character on that character, and then my second character will be for like testing, which should be good. Kind of like a mule testing character because I like to do a lot of trading in the game.
I've never been good at trading.
Um,
I'm not good at bartering at all. It's like, hey, I'm selling this thing for 15,000 caps and 8 fixer plans. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll do that. I won't barter at all. I'll just go ahead and pay you full price for everything. I'm say when I go to buy a car or something, it's like, this car is like X amount of dollars. I'm like, okay, here you go. I'm just terrible at doing it.
It's something kind of get used to doing, and like you just learning the algorithm of what's worth what and what you can trade for it. I have found an image for the flamethrower.
You did?
Yeah, I can forward it to you.
Yeah, just post it there in Discord and in a private chat, and then I'll grab it from there and show everybody.
There we go. You're also getting a World War II, I think it is, style backpack skin for like the flamethrower tanks, if I remember rightly. I can see if I can find that also.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
So
That is pretty cool.
it's different, so
I see a lot of people dressing in the raider kind of garb and making their camps raider.
yeah, it's a good theme. It's kind of like rustic, and it is kind of wasteland, more wasteland than not. Whereas the settlers they're like clean stuff, and I don't think people take to that as much.
I do.
You like it? Okay.
Uh,
Maybe I'm wrong.
uh,
You know?
well, I mean, I don't know. I'm very simplistic.
I forwarded the backpack skin as well.
And that's a cool looking backpack too.
So you can really run around looking like a flamethrower.
And I've seen that one too. So I went through. Now I didn't obtain all the stuff that's in the new season going in game. I was actually when I was on the PTS. I was doing some other things. I'm going to release some videos on in the next week or two after this update comes out. Uh, but experimenting around and going through the season, you could see all the images, all the stuff, and obviously what caught my attention, like pretty much everybody else, is that the what we spoke about earlier, the mannequins and the power armor frames or power armor mannequins.
Yeah, display cases, yeah.
Yeah, and you know, and for those that do like making stuff in camps and have had some problems with Bethesda not having those displays available at the time of release. I mean, obviously they're going to be released now, but the display cases inside shelters is a pretty huge deal.
It is. The display cases, especially inside shelters, a lot of people have been waiting since this. It's been mentioned since the start of the game, I think, or since the start of shelters. Sorry.
Valseek has dropped the update highlights on the dev tracker.
All right, so we're just going to pop over to the dev tracker real quick.
You can build a second home is one of the highlights.
Yeah.
They're talking about vending and display updates. They're adding improvements to the user interface. It says here we've added an aim assist option to the settings, a batch crafting slider to workbenches, and a big update for the world activity menu.
So I mean, a lot of this stuff they've actually covered in some of the previous Inside the Vaults, and it's definitely one of the things that were highlighted inside the PTS when you were on it. They were, these are the things that they wanted you to test for sure. So maybe this is a a prelude to the actual change log where we'll see, they're going to, remove this and add this and, made performance improvements, especially for like some of the guys were saying there in chat where the PS5 would load slow or drop frames on the PS4 servers. Obviously, they're all PS4 servers, but I don't. I'm looking at one other thing here real quick, guys. I'm looking at Bethesda's status portal, which seems to be it's still tracking it, but I was getting an error on it. Get back to Valseek's post.
I am only seeing one that Valseek posted yesterday.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I'm thinking that's been posted as of just yet.
Yeah, I've got exactly the same on my screen what you had.
Looking through the chat here, sorry I'm not keeping up with it as good as well as I should. You have to type slow because I read slow. That's always my excuse. But looking at what Shane just posted, how somebody might be able to steal magazines from their camp, that's a good question because I don't have an answer for you there. Absolutely hate the fact that they did that though. But thanks for the magazines.
There was, I can't remember exactly. There was someone that said there is a way to duplicate the magazines, which I don't really agree to, but I don't know how to do it. But maybe it's something to do with the bug that they used to do that. I'm not sure. Was there not a bug where people could steal stuff from your stash boxes?
There was.
I think as well. Yeah.
Yeah, that was right after the. Hang on, bear with me just one second. Looks like we got a change log here now. Dysterium just popped that in here for us, so I'm just going to move this over to this screen here.
It's got the download sizes now, with Xboxes being the biggest.
You would think PlayStations, or is it this on Switch as well? Is it not?
I don't think so. What is a Switch? It's Nintendo, right?
Yeah, Nintendo. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it could be. It could be.
I'm not
It
sure
could be
if
like
it
a streaming
is.
service from it.
Maybe, but I'm not sure because I don't own a Switch myself, and it's not really. I think the last Nintendo I owned would have been
Dun 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 dun.
Nintendo 64.
Oh, okay.
I think.
That's when Mario actually spoke. He'd say,
It's a me, a Mario. Let's go. That type of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a really cool one too. I like that one. That was really
Yeah, Mario 64 was so good. I think my brother did get a GameCube, and he had Mario Sunshine, which was also fun.
I think Skyrim is on the Switch, but I don't think Fallout 76 is.
That's what it might be.
Okay, so looking at, let's get zoomed in on this just a little bit. Not only am I a slow reader, I'm also nearsighted or farsighted. I never can figure that out.
If you are nearsighted, you can't see far. And if you are... what did I... Yeah, first one I said farsighted, right? Farsighted, you can't see near. And if you're nearsighted, you can't see far. Yeah, it's like the opposite.
Well, then I'm both.
Oh, okay.
And then Bethy would call me deaf too, so...
That's selective hearing, I do believe.
So it looks like here just at the start of the change log, and I just want to say thanks to Valseek for posting the change log in here. Definitely looking forward to this update. Now, real quick before we go through this update, Bethesda is going to release a series of updates this year. Where they're going to add the Brotherhood of Steel expansion again. They're going to make some changes to how our private servers work inside of Fallout First servers. To what extent, I have no idea. I was reading some Reddit stuff that kind of explained that they're going to be making some significant changes in that area. And then I forgot what they were looking for the latter half of the year, but I know that they're including pets in that and various other things too. But
Legendary crafting was
that's
another one.
huge.
That's in the summer update. I think that's the next update after this one.
Yeah. So
Um,
and legendary power armor too. That's another cool thing to look forward to.
yes, I am looking. Depends what I am looking forward to it. I'm just not sure on how if it's going to be the same as normal armor. If it's going to be, they're just going to copy paste sort of thing with what you get on it, or if they're going to change it up a bit,
Yeah.
because that would be quite good.
Well, with them beefing up the power armor, I can't help but to think that they're going to put in tougher or have the idea to put in tougher boss battles that would utilize it. Um, when I say tougher, it
Yeah.
means it's going to have legendaries added to it. It doesn't necessarily make it, tougher to penetrate, but
So I have the roadmap here. So in the summer update, you're going to get the continuation of the Steel Rain. So the story mode for the Brotherhood of Steel. You're going to get legendary crafting and legendary power armor. And you will also get unlimited ranks on your season. So when you finish your season, you get little bonuses of I'm not too entirely sure if this is concrete, but it'll probably be stuff like lunch boxes and repair kits and maybe some items if they're nice. So that's for the summer update. For the autumn or fall, depends how you want to say it. You've got that's when they introduce the Daily Ops expansion 2. So because we're getting expansion expansion 1's this one, and expansion 2 will be in fall. And then that's the private server update. Worlds are changing. And in winter you will have Tales from the Stars. I think that's, and you get the public event as well. And Daily Ops surprises, Invaders from Beyond.
And again, I know we want to jump into the changelog here, but I definitely wanted to just touch base on the Tales from the Stars update that they're going to do. That public event that they have, I've always dreamed about like having a flying saucer in the air. It doesn't necessarily have to be like the same size as like Will Smith's 4th of July or Independence Day, but something along that, and then really breaking it out where you have to go to like 4 different locations. You have to have like 4 different teams or a 5th team to kind of triangulate or coordinate some kind of like beam that will attack it. And then once all 4 stations are taken over or whatever, then they all kind of like center on that spacecraft, and then you go and do the final battle on the spacecraft. So it could be like hanging over Morgantown or some other city or place on the map. Anyway, that's always been kind of my thought on having a public event. I thought that would really be cool and have a lot of interaction with the people that are on the map or in the
They
server.
also have a new seasonal event, so I'm not sure if it's a Christmas seasonal event or if it's going to replace Halloween seasonal event. The ritual that's coming in the winter as well. So there's that, and as Spike said in chat, your camp pets as well. And I think the last thing on that is 4-star legendaries.
Yeah.
That's quite of thinking about 4-star legendaries. I'm not sure if the 4th star is going to be something. I think it'll be more utility than anything. because if they add something that does more damage or fire rate, or sort of the ones we already have, but something different, it might make the weapons too powerful. Unless they're increasing the difficulty of the game, then that's a different story entirely.
Yeah, and I actually hope they do. The reason why it just seems like it's kind of easy. At least, I mean, most mobs now are relatively easy unless you run into like sheep squatch or something. Or obviously something larger than that. But
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
they usually are when you're level 400.
well, level 400 or level 50, you're still going to have around the same output. Um,
Unless you're level 400 and you found 5,000 bloodied weapons.
yeah,
Level 400, you have more selection in your perk cards as well because you've had the time invested to get those out of them.
Yeah.
So you kind of refined your build by that point. Level 50, you're just by level 50, I was still learning. I was trying to remember.
And I'm just going to catch everybody up real quick, and then we'll start going through the changelog.
Okay.
Warheart, did you have the changelog pulled up for yourself?
I do not.
Here,
I
I'll send
cannot
you the
make
link
out.
in Discord there. Hang on just a second.
Okay, no problem. I'll bring it up on the other monitor. I was trying to read the URL off the screen, and it's slightly
Blurred?
blurred, too small for me to read with my eyes. Thanks for that, man.
I'm sending it over just in case as well. Dysterium is on the job. So
Yeah,
real
I've got
quick,
it now. I can read it.
Bethesda servers went down at a different time than they have in the previous updates. Instead of it going down at normally the 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, they went down at 7 for the update. I'm sure that they looked at their analytics of when people were on servers playing the most, and they probably thought that this would be the most opportune time. Also, they've got some other things that they're updating that Warheart just mentioned, which is the Atomic Shop and various other things too. So that might have something to play in it as well. My intent is to kind of stay online while it's being updated. I'm not sure. Sometimes updates have gone as much as 7 hours, and I don't know if I have the
See.
yeah, I don't know if I have it in me to go that long. But I'll absolutely do my best for you guys, and I certainly don't hold anybody here in the chat or in the live stream with me uh, to staying there as long as I do if they don't want to. I'm giving you and Dysterium a pass on that.
I'll probably go eat and then come back at some point if I have to.
But looking at the change log, we've got some questions on how big the updates are. Real quick, if you're using the Bethesda.net launcher, it's going to be 22 gigabytes in download, and if you're using the Microsoft Store, it looks like it's almost a full download. It's 62.3 gigabytes. If you're using the Steam version, which is really interesting, it's
only 11.2.
11.2. That's right. Yeah. So do you play through Steam,
I
Warheart?
do.
Okay.
I do. So I don't know. I just find Steam is like more. It updates the games more often, and it's quite evident in the download sizes that they do because it's less to download, right?
Yeah.
And you would think that the Bethesda launcher would be the smallest out of those three for PC.
So that's what I'd think, and I'm curious if I'm even actually downloading it yet. No, my download hasn't kicked off yet.
I'll
Uh,
try mine, but
and I've noticed that if with the Bethesda launcher, I've had to like shut my Bethesda launcher down and then reopen it back up for it to kick off the download, and I'll probably do that in a few moments.
I'm
But
doing that with Steam.
rounding it out, the PlayStation 4, and I guess it's going to be with the 5 as well. You're looking at a 58.6 gigabyte download, and Xbox topping the charts with 65.7 gigabytes in the download. So those
I
that
would have.
are on dial-up might have a hard time getting that one today.
That's like a whole new game.
That's it. That's it.
Like downloading a whole new game for an update. I would have thought that PlayStation would have been higher than the Xbox. To be honest.
Are you talking about the PlayStation 5?
No, I'm on about the download size for how Xbox's is more than PlayStation's.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. How they've got that set up. I wonder if that
The
would
whole
ever change too, if they ever cross-platformed it. Sorry, that's a bit off topic there. I'm pretty
the
cross-platform
whole
geared.
7 gig difference.
Yeah, yeah. Well, for me, that's like 3 minutes. That's not that big big of a deal. But for some others, it's not necessarily as great. Uh,
Um, Trying to think how long. I think 7 gigs would probably take me about 15 minutes. I think.
And you'd
Um,
think with Xbox being owned by Microsoft and Bethesda
yeah,
being owned by Microsoft, you'd think the download would be a little smaller for Xbox.
yeah. The thing with a lot of people are thinking that because Microsoft now own Bethesda, it's effective immediate, but they have to go through. I think there's like a cool off period where they own them, but they can't have any say in what's been going on because obviously plans have been made before they were bought. There's a little cooldown period, so I'm expecting Microsoft to have more effect in like within the next 6 months or so.
yeah, there was one that I was watching a video on how this is all progressing for Bethesda, and Microsoft is fully on board with Bethesda, and I won't say that there's an endless supply of money when it comes to Microsoft, but we all know that they've got a lot of it. So
They they do.
yeah, I imagine that we're could see, and not just this game. We're talking about Doom, Skyrim. I mean, their resources can really expand out more now that they're part of this franchise. Um,
Um, I think one thing they'll be doing is updating the servers because Bethesda are known for having old servers,
Mm-hmm.
and Microsoft have that at their disposal.
that's right. I'm curious if Microsoft uses the Amazon servers. Uh,
Maybe.
I'm not sure. I think that they've got like some Azure stuff that I don't even know what they run Azure on. There's probably some people out there in chat that know. Azure is kind of Microsoft's um, corner of the market for a number of things. I know Azure because I spin up virtual servers on them all the time, but they do a slam pile of other things too. So I'm really compartmentalizing it whenever I talk about it. I just know about what little things that I do with Azure, but they've got a lot of resources at their disposal.
Um, did you also see? I follow a lot of gaming news that Microsoft made an offer for Discord, and Discord, after a few days, rejected it. I think Discord's net worth was like 7 billion, and Microsoft made an offer. I think about 11 or 12 billion.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they're throwing money at things, but I'm glad that Discord were like, nope, we don't want it, because Discord is a quirky. If you read their patch notes, it's personalized, right? Like we eradicated the bugs that were hiding in this part of such and such, and I love that about them. It's so good that
Uh,
they kind of rejected it.
So, real quick, I'm just going to interrupt you there, Warheart. So,
No problem.
I'm looking at the chat here, and again, we're going to jump in here into the changelog real quick. Joe says that I'm having volume issues. Now, when you say volume issues, is that me, or is that Dysterium, or is that just across the whole board?
We're in game.
And Branch is here. Good morning to Branch and Zed. Zed's here too. Got a lot of familiar faces here. Christian, he's
Um,
here too. Let's say hello to everybody in there. Now you know that once I start reading, guys, I'm not going to be able to like look over at chat for a few minutes because I read slow.
Someone in chat is asking who the other voice is. Or you need me to send an image and then you can kind of put something on screen, or?
If you'd like to send an image, that's I'm sure people would like to definitely get a picture of you. If I took a picture of Dysterium right now, everybody would see how messy his hair is. But if you're comfortable with me doing that, I can put an image up there of so that way they know who Warheart is.
I can maybe do that. I can send the icon I'm using on Discord just now,
Yeah,
and then see.
that's fine. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
I'll do that. Because where are we? rummage through the files to find it.
I think whenever Microsoft starts working on or working with Bethesda, they're going to spend a lot of time optimizing the servers and making those finer details. Because
I
they do
think
that with a lot of stuff they work on.
I think what they'll do is they'll just let Bethesda do their own thing, and like be their support. Like, hey, we need help with this, and they'll just like, here you go. I hope that's kind of how they do it, because it will be good for them to do that.
I think I'm going to crank up my audio too here.
Is mine a bit quiet, or is it fine?
I think yours sounds really good. I don't know how
That'd be
mine is sounding, everybody.
in Discord you seem fine. I can check on stream if you want.
Yeah, Warheart, you're probably right about that. Because when Microsoft bought Minecraft, they kept the same developing team and just let them do their own thing.
Yeah, it's just sort of be there for support and resources. I hope that's kind of what they do.
Spike says Warheart is loud.
Sorry.
No, yeah, I think what we have, and again, we're working at different levels for our audio. Unfortunately, it's the controls are there's some variations in the controls because the devices people are listening on may be higher or lower. Also, our mics may be higher or lower too, and then trying to output that to the live stream, there's some sometimes it can get kind of low, I imagine, or it can get kind of high too. But there's a lot of variation. It's something that we'll definitely have to improve upon, and I apologize for any kind of audio issues that we have. And all right, so let's go ahead and start looking at the updated highlights. We've already kind of gone through those. Most people already know. We already know the version that we're switching up to, and then we have the Armor Ace and Cold Steel, which is going to be our Season 4 scoreboard. Obviously, it's going to have the 100 ranks that all the previous scoreboards had, with Power Patrol squares, and some of the rewards that we've already covered. Some of them, obviously weapon scans, armor scans, power armor, and mannequins for power armor, mannequins for clothing as well. Looking here,
Maybe if it does go on long, we can maybe go in depth on what items to expect, because I can pull that up and have a look further into it.
I have a whole video that I've got these videos that's scrolling through here at the bottom. Those are just different videos of times that I've played through, and I forgot to turn my recording off, so they've come in handy now to at least give you something to watch while we're waiting for the servers to come back online. In those videos, I could put another video down there that kind of goes through every item that's on the new season. And I don't spend a lot of time on every item, but quite a few, I stop upon. So I'll before the stream is up, I'll throw that up there for people to watch.
I think I'm not sure if it's going to be a Fallout First item, but I think I remember them saying the new tent skin. It's going to be like, do you know how you get the APCs in game that are like crashed? I think there's that in there too, with this new update. And instead of a musical instrument, I think it's a tinker's workbench. Or some form of workbench. So that'll be good to be able to put your tent down and scrap whatever you need and then use your scrap box.
That will be cool. Hey, just want to mention real quick, Master Flasher, definitely appreciate the super chat. Thanks a lot there.
I can check the file size for Steam version.
Moving
But I
down.
wouldn't.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Warheart.
Sorry, it's just someone in chat is asking the game size. So I was just going to check on Steam for them.
Are they asking for the Steam?
I'm not sure which version they're asking for, but
Yeah.
I can browse my local files and do it that way.
So some of the debate we've had with the new special loadouts is going to be like the punch card machine. They've got the this new device that they're going to be putting. It's going to be located in your camp. It's going to be also located at every train station where you can go and change your special loadouts. And for many of you, you probably already know that already. But it's kind of like the old timey type punch card systems, and I don't know. I mean, I'm a little older guy. I'm not like super old, but I mean, I'm older, and I have actually used a punch card before. So, and there's still places in the world that actually use punch cards today. But if you've never seen one before, basically you'll take a piece of paper, you'll walk over to a machine, you'll literally like push it down into the machine. It will either stamp it or put a hole in it that you've worked or that you've been there, and usually people use that to clock in and out. I mean, they use it for other things too, but that's kind of what the concept is for the punch card machine for the special loadouts.
Yeah, I think you only used that in the 1950s.
I used them with my second job when I was about, what age would have that been? 16 to 18, and it just used to put your name and the time you clock in and the time you clock out.
Yeah.
Like, just stamp that on it.
I can't believe Dysterium said that was back in the 1950s. You can start using your punch card machine at level 25. It's I think that's an acceptable level to start at. I think if as a new player starting out, you really need to kind of learn the mechanics of it. Bethy's been playing for off and on for I guess 2 months now, and she's over level 50, but she still comes to me and she'll say, what's in my inventory that I need to get rid of? How do I make ammunition? That kind of stuff. So I think that's definitely an acceptable level because it really kind of includes the players that have already gone through and put in their the time in creating higher level characters, and it's just one of the additional characters that they have in their game. And so level 25 will take them 2 or 3 hours to get to. I may be exaggerating there, but it doesn't take long to get to level 25.
It doesn't, and upon reaching level 25, that's when you get the plan for the punch card machine. And if you don't, I think you can access it before level 25 at any train station. I think that's correct.
Okay, so you can still change those around in the train station?
Yeah, you just don't have the plan for it to put in your camp until level 25. I think.
I should have done that while I was on the PTS. I didn't even start a new character on the PTS when I was trying on it. So that would be kind of cool as well, especially when you first kick in it. It's like some of the first perks that you get are like strength perks, and so you're just kind of putting stuff in strength when you're first starting out. And of course, in most cases you need that, but if you already know which direction you're going into, you may not want to put everything over there in strength.
Also, you have the level requirements as well, is there not? When you're first starting out, there's some perks that aren't available due to having to be a certain level before unlocking them. I think I remember that when I was doing my second character, because I had to do like a roadmap for leveling that character, so I didn't accidentally pick the wrong perk and have to do like extra levels. But there are sites online that you can do a perk card loadout
Oh yeah.
that help you. So I use them quite a lot for like concepts and testing stuff, and I'm actually waiting for this update to be able to test some of them out. So it'll be good.
Zed has shown me one that he goes to quite often, and I can't think of the name of it offhand, but if he's got a link and it's free to post it inside the chat for everybody to look at, it's kind of like a perk builder type website where you can
Nukestragon.
where you can kind of design your character from the beginning, and it'll tell you approximately how long it will take for you to get to there. So you think level 50 would be like, oh, okay, I'll be there, but sometimes it's like level 68 before you're actually there at the character build that you want to build.
And it also has the legendary perks you can put in there too. So for like end game content, working towards stuff like that, which is good.
So I'm looking at the camp slots here, and again, we've gone through or covered some of the camp slots in the earlier conversation whenever the servers went down. But you know, there's if you watch some of my videos on live stream when I was on the PTS, you know, the camp slots section, there's even though you had 2 camp slots originally, and Bethesda's confirmed that there's only going to be 2 available slots with the release of this patch. They intend to release more slots at later times, whether you can get those through the Atomic Shop or whether they come through seasonal board. I'm not 100% sure how they'll introduce those into the game, but I know that you'll have the chance to have more than just the 2 that you'll initially get today. And with that, you know, reading through the some of the camp slot stuff, you know, you'll be able to change back and forth between your camps pretty easily and pretty quickly. You can change the icons that show up on the map, and that actually show up the same for every character that looks at or every player that looks at your camp on the map too. So if you change it from a train station to, you know, some kind of sign or something, it will show up accordingly for them as well, which is kind of neat.
And you also have the option for visibility of your camp, so you can turn it on or off.
Yeah, and that's a big thing for me because I'm in a good place to sell stuff, and I'm all the time got vendor activity, so I'm really close to 30,000 caps all the time, and I'm all the time. I've got a little switch next to my vending machines where I have to flip that switch off, flip it off. Sorry.
I have something similar. I have my vendors in its own specific room with the power doors, and I just kind of like take the cable away.
Yes.
That's what I've been doing to stop people going into my vendors when I'm max caps. And it also takes it off the map at the same time. So I'll probably still do that, but I'll see how it goes with the option to turn visibility off first, and then probably adjust my camp accordingly if I need to.
I probably spent the first 50 levels in that game of not realizing that my camp was not shown on the map, so I was
no
wondering why I
vendor.
never sold anything. I was like, hey, it's not on the map.
I wonder if that's changed as well. Because they've made it visibility on or off, I wonder if you still need a vendor for it to be visible. That's quite an interesting thing to think about.
I imagine that you wouldn't need a vendor for it to be visible. Because if you hover over someone's camp, you're going to see whether or not, if they're selling something or not and what they're selling. And I hope that they get more granular with that too, by the way. But I would think that you wouldn't necessarily have to have a vendor. And I just read something that I didn't even know about, is that they're merging the vending machines. So the way that I'm reading this is, and I'll just read it here for the chat as well. We have also merged all vending machine item slots into a single pool, which means that you'll now be able to sell the maximum number of items with just one vending machine. So if I'm reading that correctly, I don't have to have a whole space just dedicated to vending machines. Branch, thank you very much for the donation. I definitely appreciate that, brother.
You've got to say Night Hunter.
Gotta say it. He made a donation. You
He
gotta say it.
What did he say? Hey, I'm looking at
he donated and asked
Haunter.
you to say, yeah, Night Hunter.
Can I just tell the story about this real quick? So Night Hunter was going to be with us today. He got called in to do some other stuff, so he unfortunately couldn't make that. He may be able to make the chat with us, but in short, Night. I'm just gonna call him Night Hunter because I call him Night Hunter. I cannot say Night Haunter. Haunter. Why can't I say that? Haunter. He's the
I don't
Night
know.
Haunter.
It's just Southern people are usually incapable of saying certain words. Just their
Careful.
intellect is lower than everyone else's.
Careful. You're Southern too.
I live in New York.
Yeah. Yeah, sure you do. New York 3 feet away from me. So Branch, it's Night Haunter.
I think it's because it's like night and hunt of the night, and then haunter is kind of like not something you'd think of after that word. So maybe that's what it is. Subconscious.
Well, I think that's where my mind goes. And for so long, Bethy sitting here next to me, we would go over people in our Discord channel, and when we was playing with Night, I just always just saw like, well, he's just trying to say hunter in a different way, so that's the reason why he's got it spelt like that, and that's just kind of how I've always thought about it. I think I don't know. That's my excuse.
Also, visually, it's only one letter difference, right?
Yeah, with an A.
The A. Maybe you're not seeing the A with your eyes.
Yeah.
Could be that.
Yeah. All right. So real quick, we're just we're still in the maintenance period. Obviously, the maintenance period could be 20 more minutes. It could be 3 more hours. They keep us pretty updated with the maintenance, and I think that Disterium is going to keep an eye on that for us to see if Valseek updates that in the forums.
I'm thinking, because they've started it earlier and they've announced that it's going to be a lot of extra time they need, I think they're probably going to try and get online for their usual time, which you said, is it 12 p.m. EST? Is usually when they
start bringing it back up. Normally,
yeah, bringing it back up.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting around then.
Gosh, I hope it's not that long.
But we'll see. I'm actually thinking it'll be after that as well, maybe.
So for the camp builders, another thing I'd like to add in here is, we talked about a little earlier, is while we're working to implement camp slots, we're also adding the ability to use display cases and vending machines inside our shelters, which is what we talked about a little earlier, Warhart.
Yeah.
How big of a deal is that for camp builders?
It is a big deal. Vending machines, think about it. If you like having big, elaborate builds on above surface, and you like vending machines take quite a bit of budget. So you'll be able to put them in, say, you've got the smaller bunkers, shelters. Sorry, I keep calling them bunkers. It's a British thing. The shelters, the smaller shelters that you have that don't use all the budget, so you can kind of give yourself more budget above ground, and then display cases as well. There a lot of people could do like a collection of all their stuff in one specific shelter. Sorry, I had to think shelter there. They could do that, and rather than doing it on their top camp, so that'd be quite interesting. Obviously, if you'd have to think about vending machines where you want to place them and indicate where they are if they are in a shelter.
Well, I've been to a few of your shelters. You were one of the spotlights of the Camp of the Weeks whenever I was doing those. And there was, you've packed out a lot of your shelters. I think one of the shelters I wasn't even able to get to. I don't think you had finished it yet. I don't know if you've made any progress on that one or not, but
I think I showed you that.
Did?
I think I did. That was the living quarters, right?
Yeah,
The one
that's
with the aquarium.
yes, it had the aquarium. It had like a little garden in the middle of it.
Yep. Yeah, I did show you then. That was the last one I done. Where I think there's a new one coming with this update as well. So I've not seen the layout of it, so I've not had time to plan what I want to do with it. Also, second camp slot, I've not decided. I need to find a second spot to build a camp, and that I think there's only select. Is there select spots for second camps, or is it just free reign?
It's I think it's free reign.
If it's free reign, then I've got a few spots that I will build.
Yeah, I mean there is some place. I mean, obviously you can't get too close to a city or to another location, but I mean it kind of works like how your the camps do now. The change hasn't been that much.
And I think they also did they not between this update and the last one, they've announced that certain places were taken off because I did issue with mine, and I think there was other people as well, some of my friends that had built their camp in a certain spot and can't build it there. Because I think those areas are going to be used for future updates. So they had to move their camp.
Yeah,
Because I had to totally rebuild my top camp because of I think I had an old blueprint for the doghouse, and they've removed that. So yeah, I had to totally rebuild. Thankfully, most of it was blueprinted, and I just looked at the blueprint and then worked from there. But yeah, I still think that camp slots would be good, and obviously vending machines. I need to see how it works out. If it's better to have the vending machine in the shelter or above ground. I'm probably going to guess above ground because that's what people are used to.
yeah. It's when I visit someone's camp, I generally don't go into their shelters unless it's part of like one of the daily things that I need to get completed. Sometimes I do, but it's pretty rare that I do. If they've got a really nice looking outside camp, I may venture off into their shelters. But with trap shelters being a thing, um, I rarely, I rarely do that. Uh, just because, I'm real prideful and don't want to die.
It's like another thing as well. A lot of people I've seen this with, I say a lot of people, but there's been a few people that don't have their workbenches on their main camp and then have it in their shelter to save budget as well. And it is kind of inconvenient in a way if you're like, oh, I'm close to this person's camp. I want to use a workbench quickly to like make some ammo or something like that. And you go there and it's in their shelter and you're like, oh, well, they don't have it. So you usually skip and go to next camp because you don't realize it's in the shelter. There's things like that as well to take into consideration.
Bear with me. I'm just looking through. So we've got and I just want to come back to that in just a second. Where I just want to look at the daily ops stuff here because a lot of people are pretty excited about the new content coming in for the daily ops. And I had an opportunity to play this a few times, a lot with Zed, sometimes by myself, and it's very difficult to do when you're kind of soloing it, or at least on the build that I've got, which is kind of a build. But it's worked out for me so far. Uh, what's your thoughts on getting a new daily ops in here? And it's not really a new thing. I mean, we've got daily ops that we do now. It's really some different locations that we're looking at with some
New
different types of
mutations.
yeah, with new mutations. Plus, I mean, like with decrypted, you have to chase down mobs, get the codes off of them, go and decrypt it, and then when you have a final boss battle, which can go really quick or can be kind of tough, especially if you're solo. It's it's definitely a more challenging to the player.
So the decryption game mode, I didn't actually look much into that. I've only just realised now that's totally different to the uplink system, is it?
Well, it's still a daily op, but
Yeah.
yes, is so. But
Daily ups. Sorry, on you go.
I don't think that every daily op is going to be the decryption mode. I think that there's that's going to be, you know, either it's going to be random or planned or however they've got that set up. But I think you're going to run it with your casual daily ops, then you're going to run into your decryption, or they may be stacked on top of each other. You can go into your map and you'll see where you can select your daily op,
And
and
you can pick one or the other.
yeah, or you can do them
'Cause
multiple times.
It does say double the daily ops, so maybe that is where that kind of inclines to me that you do 2 a day.
Yeah, yeah.
So maybe one will be the system we have now with the uplinks, and the other one will be the decryption.
With two different loot pools as well. There may be combined loot pools, but I think I didn't explore that.
Hoping they're separate, because if it's new, you know how long it's taken to get the stuff we've had now, and that's just with 2 updates to the daily ops loot pools, right?
Oh my gosh, it's horrible.
Yeah, it was like it took me 3 months to get the Brotherhood recon pieces I need on one character. My other character is still missing, I think, 1 piece. So I'm hoping it's a separate loot pool, but I'm not counting on it because I know it won't be, most likely. Overboss, the servers are down already. They've done it earlier. This time round, they have more to do today to update them.
So originally I'd released a video on Sunday and taken a shot at the original 10 o'clock time that they were going to bring down the servers, which they've pretty much always done, and they've changed that time to 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which was not that much of a difference. A lot of people are still getting ready for work at that time, or they're still in bed, or they're going off to school. So I can understand where that can seem like it would be an ideal time for that to happen. But for those that have watched that video, I apologize for saying 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, because it did kick off at 7 Eastern.
I think the time they're doing now would be better, because it's going to give players more of a chance to play the game on the release day rather than the next day, which it kind of felt like, especially more Eastern time. I say Eastern, but more Eastern in the world of the time zones. It would be, because, like, for me, that's what 5 p.m. is roughly when the Atomic Shop update is, and if it releases then, you only get the nighttime, whereas if they do it this way, you get roughly an extra 3 hours, depending on whether or not it is released at that time.
Well, at least they're not, releasing it at 8 p.m.
Exactly.
Eastern. Or of course that would be ideal for you probably, because that'd be like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Well, not for me personally, because as I say, I'm more nocturnal. I work later, but yeah, it would be for everyone in probably Europe, it'd probably be a better idea, because it's during the night, and then they can wake up next day and it'll be there. So, but I don't think they would do that though.
Well, going to the daily op expansion, hitting it up real quick. I just want to say that we talked about some of the new things that they do. They have group regeneration, and enemies heal when grouped together, which is I guess kind of cool. I'm not terribly excited about that. Swift-footed enemies have extra fast movement and melee attack speeds. And if you've not experienced it already, and I'm sure at some point we all have, and just the other day, Bethy was mentioning that she saw a Scorched walking backwards at supersonic speeds.
It's a bug in the game that they've decided to add to a daily ops, which I think is quite funny.
So I'm curious how fast they'll actually move. They weren't moving too fast whenever I was in there, but if they're moving that fast, it might be a little difficult to hit them.
I have experienced the bug where they're like super speed with death claws, and it's not fun.
And lastly, toxic blood, which is going to be like a poison, sort of like I guess what Earl drops whenever he's in that boss battle, but it does do a lot of damage when you get into the cloud that they leave behind.
Thinking it'll be like Earl or the Mirelurk Queen when she spits the stuff at you, the toxic stuff. I'll probably be at like do dot damage as much as that, and that's quite hefty. But you could probably counter that if you wanted with the legendary perk, but you'd have to have matching armor as well.
Yeah, and that's why I was thinking too. Is like, would it even be worth it, or just kind of deal with it? I'm sure there'll be a way around it, especially with 4-star legendaries coming out. Maybe we'll be able to.
They might start adding extra resistances.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or that fourth pool just might be. I think they might actually. The fourth pool might be existing ones, just added. Like how can I say this? With armor and stuff, sometimes the poison resist and the radiation resist falls under the same slots as like the 1 strength and stuff. Maybe they might break that off into a different sort of branch. So you'll have like a one with special slots, or maybe one with resistance. That would probably work out better, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Update on Steam just started apparently, so I'm going to check that, see if it's available for me.
With the 4-star legendary weapons they're adding, could also come a new tier of legendary effects in a later update, which could be cool if they added a few more legendary effects.
Yeah, I think they will. Be good. You were saying about the different mutations they're going to have in daily ups. The new enemies as well we're going to have. I'm excited for the cultists because I'm a big Mothman fan in the game, and I kind of like the culty stuff.
Yeah, the Mothman, and what is the Scorched and Mole Miners is what they're adding additionally.
Yeah, that's the ones.
And you just said that you think you're getting the update from Steam. Is that what you're pulling down right now?
There's someone in chat said that it was available. The Cluedo, I think it was saying it was available, and he's saying it's 9.5 gigabyte for him. I can't see it here. I might have to restart Steam.
Yeah,
so...
I just restarted the Beth launcher to see if it'd kick off for me, and it did not. I'm going to refresh my page here for Fallout 76 maintenance, and it's still under maintenance. And in most cases, like in the past, when they did put the servers under maintenance, they let that patch out pretty early. Sometimes as early as bringing the servers down, or just a few minutes afterwards. But I've yet to receive the patch on the Beth launcher. And I know we've got a lot of different platforms here in the system. We've got PlayStation, Xbox. People have rung in for the PC as well.
Zed says Steam update has just started as well, so I've just closed Steam and I'm relaunching it. Yeah, it's available.
Okay.
And it is 9.3 gigabit for me.
That's interesting. So
It is.
If you got it on Steam, guys, go ahead and start downloading it.
It's going to take me 20 minutes, which is good.
Oh, you got a pretty good internet connection too.
I think I'm like 70, 75
That's
down.
good.
It's good for my area, considering I live in the back neck of the woods. So, if anyone has Steam, you can download it now.
The same for PlayStation, I believe. If you have PlayStation, you can download the update as well. I'm not sure about Xbox or Bethesda launcher.
I just re-kicked off Steam again, and it still has not started the update. So we'll just go ahead and go back down through the changelog here, and talk about some of the other things that they're changing. So some of the rewards that they're going to have for the daily ops, it looks like a covert scout armor. And before I say anything real quick, just want to say if we're going to 4-star legendaries, I wonder how ideal it's going to be at that point to have a fixer. Just want to point that out there because a lot of people really like their fixers, and that's going to be technically a 5-star legendary.
Technically, yes. I like them too. I don't like the recoil so much compared to the handmade, but I prefer the handmade for recoil control. But yeah, that would be interesting. And also the other thing, we were talking about legendary crafting coming first, before 4-star legendaries. So people are going to be like, I think they're using a different currency for legendary crafting. So I'm not sure if people are going to wait, actually, to craft legendaries until 4 stars are out.
Do you know how that works? Like what you need to craft a legendary? Do you have any idea?
No, I just know it's going to be different to legendary modules because I think some of them may continue to use legendary modules like we have now. But I'm not too sure what they're going to introduce to make it craft.
It'd be pretty cool if it was like if it required, the actual gun, like the base edition.
Yeah,
of the
you
gun.
craft a base gun and then apply something to it.
Yeah, Branch, I appreciate the donation again, sincerely. And we're working on a merchandise store. To be able to have an actual store, you have to have before they even look at you, for the most part, you have to have a high subscriber count. So I'm still working on that. For those that have subscribed, I definitely want to tell you that I appreciate you guys being a part of this channel and being part of this stream too. So very much appreciated, sincerely. So, and going back to legendary crafting, I've actually been buying a lot of legendary modules here lately. Now I haven't really been in game the last couple of weeks, just because I've spent a ton of time on the PTS. So I haven't really had a chance to spend a lot of my legendary script. But the legendary modules, if that's the direction they're going to go into crafting the legendary power armor and your legendary weapons. Not legendary weapons, legendary power armor. That's what I want to be able to do, is have something available right away. So this is probably going to take up a good majority of my camp space because they're not exactly lightweight.
I've been trying to roll pieces of Secret Service armor for quite a while now to get the rolls I want, and I think it took me about 200 legendary modules before I got a piece that I thought was decent enough.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
The statistics on it are quite, like, I was looking into it and I think I watched a video on it. If you're doing it from the mystery pick, to get the piece you want, you were like 0.013% chance.
Oh my gosh.
It was so low, and I think that's why they're bringing it out to craft it as a legendary, because it's going to increase the chances of getting what you need drastically to, I think, 0. I can't remember the statistic, but it's like 0 point something, 0.2. I mean, I'm stabbing a guess here, but it'll be something like that. But it's still going to be better than it was. That's the way to look at it.
So basically, you have a better chance of getting the Red Asylum uniform than you do getting that.
Yeah. I've been messing around with the plasma caster, try to get, like, I prefer the sniper mod on it because anything that isn't classed as a boss, you can pretty much nearly one shot with the build I have if you hit it in the face at the critical spot. And I like to run VATS cost reduction with it because if you're using VATS for it, it's really good. Especially for my build, but my character is a heavy weapon power armor build. I can't imagine what that gun would be like if you have more AP and use VATS. But yeah, I've been trying to get good rolls, and the best roll I've got for it is a mutants version, and I'm trying to get an anti-armor with the same roll. And yeah, that's where all my script goes at the moment.
Oh, Zed here in chat says that there's going to be. He had read that there's going to be the capability of doing a re-roll. I wonder how they'll keep track of that, but I'm sure that for those who put together the Secret Service armor, that option definitely would have been nice to have whenever you were farming that stuff.
I think Branch has got the 0.27%. I think that sounds about right when it comes to rolling a specific legendary with the stats you want on it. And if it's re-rolling, I think that'll be quite good, because say if you get an item with faster fire rate and faster fire rate and perception, you can re-roll the perception to be like reload speed or reduced weight. That would be good.
Yeah, that very. I really like the reduced weight on just about everything because that lets me carry more weapons. I know that a lot of people don't necessarily like that because you could lose that portion of the legendary. But for me, I can carry 6 guns that normally weigh 20 pounds apiece.
I've seen your inventory. I know what you're like. That's why I run bare arms, because heavy guns are just way too much without it. But if you get that reduced weight, it's perfect.
So another reward item that is going to come from the daily ops is the Unstoppable Monster. And I'm just going to add that I actually received the Unstoppable Monster as a gift from none other than Zed in our chat. Just because it is a legendary, and I never owned not a legendary, a legacy weapon. So it was technically my first legacy weapon, and it will be my first legacy weapon up until the servers come back on today. But thanks, Ed, for that. My first
Someone
legacy.
said Xbox version's available to download as well. I think I read that. Yeah, 52 gigabit update. Jeez, it is a whole new game. And someone is also asking what the difference is between the covert armor and the scout armor. I think it is about 10 damage resistance and 10 ER energy resistance. It's something like that. I did watch a video, but this is like about a month or two ago, maybe, on the differences. So that's basically the Enclave version of what we have for the Brotherhood, Recon, and Secret Service. So it'll be a new type of armor. I think it's made for stealth as well, which is another thing. Another thing to add, it's more made for stealth builds.
Well, the villain just said he finished his update. For those that play melee, and I did that a lot when I first started playing the game. In fact, I had a super sledge that I carried everywhere. It was instigating and lighter weight and faster swing speed. I mean, I'm talking like I would just level everything.
You used it forever.
I still have video of it. It was just it did a massive amount of damage, except against the Scorch Beast. But when I played that, it was it's hard to stream that or hard to make videos of it with that because you do the exact same swing over and over again, or almost the exact same swing. I think you have like 2 different swings that you did with that. But with this update here, they've modified how your attacks are performed on your enemies. And I'm guessing that's also going to be on how they actually look too. So more than perhaps just the regular,
hit detection. I think they fixed that issue, because I was having issues when we were doing daily ops where you had to kill the, I can't remember. That's one we actually missed out on when we were talking about it earlier. Resilient, resilient, is it? Yeah, resilient. Where you can only kill by melee, or melee, depends. I was having a lot of issues because I was trying to do solos just to see how far I could push myself, and doing that one specifically with the hit detection not registering, it was quite challenging and frustrating at the same time. So I think that's part of what you're talking about as well, is the hit registration actually registering. They've fixed Seems they played last time I played. They fixed it, but it might just be the server I was on.
I think a big thing that could fix a lot of the repetitiveness is adding, various executions into the game where like meleeing things would activate a cinematic execution.
Kind of like
Like
Tekken.
they had that in Skyrim as well, did they not?
They
Where
did,
I like that. It would be like spontaneous sort of. You do a certain slasher and it does a certain execution sort of mode. That'd be funny. Imagine seeing
'Cause-
walking around the wasteland and seeing other players doing that.
yeah.
That'd be
Especially with
good.
something like the Scorch Beast, you got like 10 or 15 people trying to fight over that animation.
Well, according to the game, no one's killed the Scorch Beast. There's a world challenge where you're supposed to kill the Scorch Beast Queen.
The Scorch Beast Queen.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody's has completed it. At least mine hasn't. And I've I know I've killed her. I think we all have.
Chat is saying that Beth Launcher now has the update,
Okay.
so you might want to refresh it.
Let me kick that off and see. So. It's kind of good that everybody is in chat with us here because we can see kind of the progression of how this has become available, whether this is what they intend.
Yeah, a broader sort of view of it from chat, which is good. It's a nice addition. Nice bit of additional help.
Yeah.
So 15.6 gigabytes for Beth Launcher.
How does that stack up to what they said it was going to be? Let me go back there and look.
Yeah, 15.6.
So just not too much. The big Steam is what, 2 gigabit difference? Because it was 9.3 and they said it would be 11.2. So that's basically 2 gigabit less to download.
Yep.
And then Beth Launcher says 22 gigabit. So it's what, 4.5 difference?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And just to confirm, it is actually kicking off on my end too. Not technically on my end, but on my Bethesda launcher. Going back to
we're up to, was it user interface, was it? Or
Yeah.
are you looking? Yeah. Aim assist option, would that just be for console mainly, would it not?
Well, I think that's actually going to be on the PC too. There's a lot of PC players that use their Xbox and PlayStation controllers.
Controller, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, have it on PC for controller users, that makes sense.
I don't think that we'll be able to see any kind of improvement with a mouse. I mean, we have pretty good aim. Well, I say pretty good aim. With a mouse, you can pretty well put it on exactly what you want without any kind of acceleration to it.
Batch crafting is going to be good as well. The slider.
Did you see any of that?
I have seen a video on it, and it looks really good. I played a bit of Elder Scrolls Online, and that game had a similar issue where you could only do one at a time, and then they introduced batch crafting, and it's a quality of life that it was necessary, and I think it'll be the same with this game when you're wanting to craft like a big bunch of ammo. Rather than having to stand there and push the key or tap the button over and over, you can just do it in one click. It saves a lot of time.
Yeah, but there's something appealing about each time you have a successful creation, you see that XP pop up there, whether it be 4 XP or 17 XP. But you do kind of get that when you do badge crafting. If you're crafting 20 things and you just move the slider bar over and you select 20, it automatically gives you the XP that you would have received even if you crafted them individually. I mean, you still kind of get that dopamine from getting the XP for it, but it's to me it's just not the same. I mean, I'm all about efficiency and and I'm all for this, but I don't know
I,
if I'll miss the old way or not.
I kind of get that with Super Duper, and I'm interested to see how batch crafting would work with Super Duper, if it would tell you how many times it procs or not.
I can't recall it doing it, but Super Duper did work, and I tested that on like a set of 10 things, and like every 10, I would probably get 3
Yeah, it's
Super
about
Dupers that would
30%, I think, max
yeah,
rank.
something like that.
So I'm guessing it would just work off 30%. So that would be good.
Ryan, appreciate the donation. Let me just read what he has here. It says the Fixer is my favorite lately. That's all I've been using on my self character. I used to do shotguns, but they nerf shotguns for some reason, especially the magical abilities in some shotguns are gone. You use shotguns, don't you, Warart?
No, I don't, but I have a friend that does, and they've stopped using shotguns as well for the same reason. I don't know what it is they've done to it, but they don't seem to work. I did play around with them for a little bit because I think I got a 2-shot explosive, and I wanted to test it out, and I was testing it out. It just doesn't add up damage-wise to other weapons. I don't know if it is think they made it's. I'm thinking here. I use a Legacy Gatling Plasma, which has a scatter on it. And I think they made a nerf to the explosives on the scattered items because they were overpowered. And I think that has applied it to shotguns as well because it's the same projectile base or something like that if I'm not mistaken. So it might be to do with that, and that's how it's affecting shotguns. But the Gauss, I've not played. Excuse me, not played with the Gauss shotguns, but it's something I'm looking to test out when shotguns come back around. If they come back around, I hope they do. I hope they make them viable again because sneak and shotguns is pretty overpowered from what I remember.
And like I said,
Formula P. Yeah, I use Formula P with my Gatling Plasma. You stack it about 3 times, and it is basically like firing a minigun with the Gatling Plasma. I've not tried it with the shotguns, but my friend has, and he swears by it when shotguns are working properly.
I've not used Formula P at all. I've seen you guys doing it. Zed originally told me about it about 3 or 4 months ago. He's like, "Hey man, you got to check out this Formula P and what it does." And I said, it's no big deal. I've used, I already have concentrated fire with my minigun, so I don't really have to like worry about getting any less of a spread. And it just never really clicked with me. And even now, I'm like, Formula
You're not
P.
sold.
Nah, I'm not. It's I would like to take down the sheep squatch in 3 hits. That would be nice.
Did we not do that the other day?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was me, you, and there was only 3 of us there. But
I don't know
who's the other? I
it
can't remember the other person.
was it. No, it was JJ. That's who was there with us.
Yeah, that's who it was. Yeah.
Jay-
I think I actually streamed me using. I remember being at the Rusty Pick, and you were in Discord, and I remember streaming the effects of Formula P with the Gatling Plasma.
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure I remember that. So, and then we went and done the sheep squatch, and yeah, she lasted about maybe 10 seconds at most.
It wasn't very long at all.
No, that was quick.
So they've got a list of bug improvements and fixes that they have listed out here. They dealing with the arts and graphics, some of the animations that they've got. I don't know how to read some of these because some of them I just don't see, and a lot of the other players that are probably in chat have seen a good majority of them. But We'll just start off with, see, looking at the game camera, lighting, word laugh and kill laugh. Don't want to bog us down with stuff that really doesn't seem that important. Of course, I may go over something that may be super important to you, and I've just not seen it, like Formula P.
I don't want to mention Formula P too much because they'll probably nerf it and make it only stack once. It's like something I'm trying to keep quiet and continue using.
We'll have a code word for it. We'll call it. I'm trying to be creative enough here. We'll call it we would call it the stuff, the juice. Maybe the juice is too vague.
Pinpoint juice. There we go.
There we go.
But yeah, it's
Okay.
it's.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just looking through some of the arts and graphics stuff.
Well,
some of this I've not noticed.
Well, I was going to mention to you that we also noticed on the PTS, and probably you guys seen in some of the videos as well, that a lot of people use a power armor glitch that they'll place the power armor at a specific location, and then they can access that power armor, and then potentially go through a door or wall or into the abyss. That has, to my understanding, if anybody can confirm it in chat, has been removed. It probably says it right here too somewhere, but all I see is words, just words.
I've got stuff. The word laugh in Kill, Laugh and Love neon sign no longer appears much brighter than the rest of the sign. I think, thinking about it, when I have seen it, the light does emulate from the middle more, and that's where the laugh word is, but I don't see how that... That's not something I'd go, oh, that's bugging me, type thing. Modular sofa. Yeah, some of these are a bit...
Here's one that I'm happy to see. The vertibots no longer stutter while flying through the air.
Yes, that's try to shoot them down while they're stuttering.
Yeah, one of my favorite ones, and I had a video on it at one time, and when I changed machines, I've lost that video, but it was a vertibot that had no animation to it at all. It just kind of just moved across the sky, horizontally and vertically, so there was no swaying or anything like that. It was pretty humorous to watch. I've seen some Scorch beasts like that too, where the wings weren't flapping or she wasn't doing anything.
I have seen that. Also, the other, I don't know if they've fixed this yet, but when the Scorch Beast Queen's flying around and then you just see Scorch drop from her body to the ground. Have you ever seen that? It's like she's doing a bombing run.
That's right.
I don't know if they fixed that yet, but that's quite fun when you see it. I've had it where the Scorch are just coming out. I'm like shooting her in the air, and then I've killed the Scorch suddenly. But yeah, it's good that they fixed the vertibot stutter. Another thing that I'm quite familiar with, because I mess around with power armor a lot, is the Hair Power Armor jetpack.
I don't think I've seen it.
The high altitude recon, I can't remember the E, but it didn't display the flames correctly when you were using it, so it just looked like you're floating without, and I think it was just like air effects without the flames. So I'll be looking at checking one of the many power armor chassis I have in my storage to see if it has that. If they fixed that. They said they have, so that'd be interesting. Do I use the black powder rifle? I have tested it. I think I have an instigating one that's explosive. I like it. The only problem with it is the reload speeds. And it having only one mag capacity, so every time you reload, and even with faster reload, it's not that great, because there's not really a perk for reloads. I'm not sure if there is or not, or if that just applies to automatic rifles.
Can you get the quad ammo capacity for the black powder rifle?
I'm not. I don't think that's a thing. I'm not sure. I think so. Maybe.
I don't
It
think I've
might
ever
be.
seen it.
It might be a legacy item. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
legacy.
I think it's a legacy. We're talking about the unstoppable monster. That was classed as a legacy item, but now they've brought it back into the game, and it's not a legacy item. It's quite interesting how they've done. Oh, glitching its ammo. Yeah, the ammo glitch is a bit something that I don't want to be doing. And that's partly why I use heavy weapons, because big ammo capacity.
Yeah, that's kind of why I stick with them as well. They're really nice to have. And if you got a quad, that's even nicer. So if you got a minigun that spits out, 500, a quad really makes it nice.
The thing about quad is it's not about the magazine size, it's about the base magazine size as well. I've noticed that with like fixers. Say if a fixer, I think fixer, is it not 20 in a mag normally? I think it is. So that'll bump it up to 80. And then
Yeah.
if you put a modification on the magazine size, it'll only add, I think the one I use is perforating, or I can't remember exactly. It's one that increases ammo capacity and penetration, but the ammo capacity is only 5, so.
I think Bethy had one that was probably 80, if I'm not terribly mistaken. When she first started out, I think that we were using that because she just got, either she didn't know how to reload, or she just kept forgetting to reload. Whatever the case is, she did have an 80 round magazine in her fixer.
Yeah, I was quite lucky. The first fixer I had that I got as a drop from the Rusty Pick was a quad, and fire rate on it as well. I think the third affix was perception. So it's quite a good one. It would have been better if it was reload speed, but it doesn't. A quad doesn't really need it. It's fast enough. I use it quite a lot on my second character. But yeah, I'm more of an anti-armor type person than I am bloodied. Or quad is nice with anti-armor, I must say. I don't know, I love my heavy weapons and power armor using stabilize and getting that 95% anti-armor reduction.
Do you have
to
a
the-
heavy weapon build
Oh yes,
with power armor?
with power, I have to use power armor just for stabilized.
Yeah,
Because
that's how mine is.
yeah, increased accuracy is so good, and then the extra 45% armor penetration brings it up to 90. Sorry, 95.
Do you have the perk though where the heavy weapon ammo weight is decreased?
You're on about batteries included, right?
Yeah.
For energy ammo. Yeah, I use that one. I don't use bandolier so much. I have it, but I only ever equip it if I'm over encumbered. It's periodically if I'm over encumbered with ammo, and I'm going maybe giving a friend some ammo. I'll use it then to travel.
I love bandolier.
Not a quad anti-armor gun, Zed. Sorry. I'm just saying I'd prefer to use anti-armor over a quad. Just, I don't know why. It depends on the build as well. Like, my second character is a rifle build. So, like, I do have a quad fixer. I think I'm anti-armor handmade, but not an anti-armor fixer. So it's not really a fair comparison.
Well, moving
sorry,
on to changelog, I just want to just point out a couple things I thought were really interesting that we've all kind of run into. Bear with me just 1 second. There's some of the fixes that they've got for performance and stability is they fixed the Xbox client crash related to viewing the friends list. Now, of course, I've not experienced that, but apparently that's an issue that enough people have complained about. They've also fixed a PlayStation 4 client crash that could occur during their Fertile Soil event. And again, that's not something that I've experienced. Now, I've had my fair share of crashes where I do something. I mean, nothing illogical, just like look at the map and my system would crash, and that's pretty annoying. And there was a period of time, probably 2 or 3 months ago, where if you logged into the Bethesda servers, you were crashing, 3 or 4 times a session. And I don't know if that was across all platforms, but it was definitely on the PC. And it was just from various things. I don't know if that was stability on the actual server or if it was with a game client. But that's something that I had to tackle, and a lot of other people too. I mean, it was a
Yeah, it's the same on Steam version. It's like occasionally I'll be playing and they're like, oh, it got disconnected because the game crashed.
And I guess on all platforms, the client no longer crashed during a nuclear winter match after hacking a terminal and choosing the reveal enemies option, which is what I generally do when I hack a terminal. This
Where-
headset, I can't hear myself talk.
Words today, you've started too early. Too much, maybe too much coffee to keep you going.
I'm telling you, I don't have a coffee cup. I have a soup cup for my
Oh,
coffee.
is it a flask, a thermal
Almost.
flask.
Almost. It's huge, and I've gone already through one of them. So
I have thought about getting one of those for myself for the odd day. We skipped past some of the camp and workshop stuff. Is it all right if I bring that into it?
yeah. But real quick though, I just want to say thanks to Branch again for your additional donation. I really appreciate a great deal. Making sure he didn't have anything tagged onto that too, like me to stand on my head, which I generally do most of the time. Ask Bethy.
Vaping Dragon is asking if there's a perk card to reduce weight of the 2mm ECM ultrasight ammo. I think that falls under the category of energy ammo, so I would presume that batteries included. Yeah, batteries included comes into that. Sorry, I was just reading chat there as you were reading, speaking. Sorry. Some of the camp stuff I was going to go over that I have noticed was the counter Electron budget cost gold. Yeah, the gold Collectron station. Have you ever experienced that it was slightly more than the other Collectron stations?
No, I actually had not.
That was something that was strange to me because I wanted to test out the gold one and I couldn't place it, but I could place the other variants of the Collectron station down. Because there was a weird bug. Don't know why that's a thing, but they seem to have fixed that. I think at stairs, that was one that really annoyed me when I was building camps. There was an issue preventing some objects from being placed on the floor beneath the stairs with posts. It was like I was trying to build it, and it was like, no, you can't. And I think I was helping someone build their camp, and we were placing stairs. And because of that issue, we had to strip a whole floor back, and then rebuild. Take away the stairs and rebuild to be able to place the stairs again. That's something that I think I'm hoping they fixed.
Yeah.
But that took quite a while. Is there anything else in there? Furniture. Exploit. Address an exploit that enabled players to stack bonuses from furniture buffs. Can't say I haven't experienced that. I can see that they still haven't mentioned, or they might have fixed it, but when they brought out the colorblind friendly blue outline for placing objects, they done that, but they forgot that the perimeter of your camp is still highlighted in green. So I'm hoping that they change that to the same blue outline as they have for placing objects, because that'll be better for colorblind people. Not that I am one myself, but I know how hard it can be having friends that have that issue.
But on the PTS, they actually have made those changes for placing items. And if I don't remember seeing any red when I was experimenting with camp placement and building inside the camp. So it was kind of like like a greenish teal blue color.
Yeah, the blue's fine. It's they've got a green. The green perimeter was the problem. So if you're trying to place an item and you have trouble seeing green, you tend to kind of like place it outside the camp area, and you're wondering why you can't place it. It's because you're outside the perimeter, but they can't see. Yeah, blue's rarer than red and green, so I think that's why they chose blue.
Warheart, I think that we've got a tooth coming out here at my house with my 4-year-old. I'm just going to take
Ooh.
a 2-minute break. Go tie his tooth to a door and
Yep.
and slam the door and come right back. So if you guys
No
can just
problem.
bear with me just a couple moments, I'm just going to step away.
I think what a better option would be, Zed, you're saying in chat there. You said take away the colors because things show as green can still be placed. Is have an option for the different, like most games nowadays have options for the different types of color blindness that you can switch. So if you're a specific type, you can just switch to that type and it'll make it a lot easier for you. If they add that in the sort of, I'd probably say the display settings would be the best place to place that. Would be good. Commando perk, does your rifle have to be fully automatic? So for Commando it does have to be fully automatic, but there is the Rifleman variant, which is for non-automatic. So you get three cards for the Commando one, and then 3 cards for the Rifleman one. So that's the difference between those. I have, Ryan, experienced their follower being stuck in the floor from, I think, about knee height or maybe thigh height, stuck in the floor walking around. Yep. Yes, you do, Skycraft. I am from the north of Scotland, so up near Inverness area in the Highlands. Trying to go through chat and I'll see if there's anything missed that I can help answer. Does anyone have any questions in the meantime while NVD is dealing with the tooth, we'll call it, the child's tooth? Talking, actually, while I think about this, talking about rifleman builds and commando builds, I'm quite interested in why they don't have a rifle reduction, like weight reduction perk, where they have every other type of weapon reduction in a perk card. Oh, you were born in Inverness. I am not actually in Inverness, but I am close enough. I'm about 36 miles away from Inverness. I don't think he'd slam the rat's head in the door, but he's just. I think he'll do whatever he can to get the tooth out, maybe.
Well, it actually ended up not being his tooth, so thank goodness I didn't have to pull his tooth at this time. He's actually got 2 teeth on the bottom that are coming out. And they're, in fact, it's to the point where they're folded over and you can wiggle them, but they're still attached.
I see.
But I think that he would be absolutely devastated if I tried to pull them from his mouth at this time. So
Just
all the other
need
boys that I've got, they've I've always assisted with uh, helping them with their teeth coming out, but seems to be further down, like in his knees or something.
just start giving them a lot more harder foods.
Yeah. I don't know if he
um,
can get his teeth in them at this point, because like I said, that it's
true.
completely folded over. Um, so appreciate that our new subscribers coming on board. Thanks so much for subscribing to my channel. Definitely appreciate everyone that's participating here with us today. We're just going over the change log for Bethesda as the servers are down. Don't know when they're going to come back online. I really anticipated kind of like a 2 or 3 hour downtime, but Warheart was mentioning earlier that we're probably looking at uh, something even longer than that.
I'm expecting it to be at least another 3 hours if I'm going by what I expect of Bethesda's update times. There was someone in chat, Jerry Williams. I think there will be a while after the update because they tend to roll out the update first and then do the server section after on their end. So there's been a few times where there's been an update and I think, oh, I can go and play now, and I go log in and we get the server maintenance message, and it applies. I know it's different. It's not Bethesda, it's ZeniMax, but ZeniMax own Bethesda. It's the same on Elder Scrolls Online. They do a similar thing there.
Well, I don't know if this goes into past 3 hours or much past 3 hours, how far we'll be digging into that in a live stream, because there's always the worry that I have of it going into 8 hours, which I've seen before, not necessarily with an update patch, but with some other stuff that they had going on. So that's always a concern.
Someone in chat is asking if they're ever going to make shotguns viable again. I hope they do, but it's a question of when. Because I don't think it's on their top priority list. They have other things that they want to kind of address first.
What's one of the things you'd like to see addressed?
Myself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what's top on Warheart's list that you'd like to see changed in Fallout 76?
I was actually discussing it there, as there is no perk card to reduce rifle weights.
Okay.
That is something that's major. There's one for every other type of weapon, but not rifle weight. And they're quite beefy in their weight. They're usually about 10 pounds of weight.
Mm-hmm.
And if you like to carry a lot of them around, it kind of forces you to take that third legendary affix to be weight reduction. But there's nothing really else that I can think of right now. I haven't played. I've kind of taken a little cooldown period from 76 in preparation for this update, so I don't kind of burn the game out and go get to the update and not want to play it.
I think a lot of people have taken some time off too, because
it's the downtime period. You know what I mean? You've done everything in the season, and there's nothing. We've discussed this before. In Discord while we're playing, they need something a filler to keep us going, like an event or something. Like as I said, if they brought back Meek Week, that would be a good filler. I wouldn't mind. They like to recycle stuff, so why not bring back Meek Week for the weeks of downtime?
I think pretty much everybody here can agree. I like Meat Week.
It's so good. It's for new players as well that don't have that many treasury notes. It is a good boost to your treasury notes. I myself am starting to run out of treasury notes, and I'm finding that I have to catch up every day.
I should be logging in every day to get more treasury notes.
I'm the same, but
I haven't. I just haven't. I've got probably, I don't know, 5,000 bullion, 4,000, something like that. So it's a super high obscure number. I don't remember how much it is, but it's a lot. I just don't take the time to do it like I should.
So I have downloaded the patch. I will check to see if the servers are still down on my end. I think they will be. I'm not counting on it.
Yeah, looking here, it still says that it's in maintenance mode. I know you can't. I know you're probably not watching the screen, Warheart, but it's
Okay.
yeah,
Let me have a look.
it's updating live from the Bethesda website,
Okay.
and it still says it's in maintenance. But it
Yeah,
looks like that's
it
the only
is.
thing that's in maintenance, at least right now.
Servers are undergoing maintenance. So yeah, I'm right in my assumption that the way they handle their servers and their updates, that you get the update first. I kind of like that though. In a sense, it's irritating at the time because you get the update and you think, oh, I can go and play now. But I'd rather be able to download the update and when the servers go live, be able to go straight back on than the servers go down and then have to wait until the servers are back up and download the update, right?
That's right.
So I'd rather it this way, to be honest. It is irritating that you're sitting here, I've got the update and I want to play, but you can't. But as I say, I'd rather that as of when the servers go live, you can play straight away. No
Yep.
hassle.
Well, if they did that for like, I know I'm not gonna call any names out because they're actually in chat, but I've got one companion that I play with quite a bit, and his internet connection is so it's not a super strong connection. He doesn't have like a LAN like we normally do. He actually goes across wireless, and sometimes he has multiple wireless devices like mobile phones in his house so that he can play Fallout 76. And for him to be able to download a huge download, like for even when I say huge, huge used to be 15 gigs, but that's really nothing now. But it's still huge to him. It's going to take him quite a while to pull that down. So while we're way ahead of him doing stuff, and he's diehard. I'm talking like he's diehard, like Branch Core diehard. I mean, there's a bunch of diehard players that are in the channel right now, but he's pretty diehard. We'll be in there dinking around, and he'll have to like listen to us talk about the new stuff while he's having to wait. And of course, that's just a matter of circumstance, but it still sucks for him because he is truly
Yes.
a Fallout 76 guy. I'm not going to say Zed's name.
Dedicated to the calls. I think he kind of called himself out, so.
What did he do?
I had troubles with my wireless. I renewed my internet and they done something on their end that messed with my Wi-Fi. So I'm just glad that I am not dependent on the Wi-Fi to play like games like that. I have to have wired because the connection is just so much more stable and reliant. But I can't imagine spending God knows how many hours downloading it via Wi-Fi.
Well, I've got it. I had terrible Wi-Fi connection back here to my little studio that I've got for the longest time, so I didn't use Wi-Fi on my PC, even though I had it built into it. So I just had a wire running to it. It did just fine with that. But I recently put some, I'm not plugging the device, but they're called plumes, and they are wireless extenders. And I've got 5 gigahertz connection all the way back here to my office, and I mean it rocks and rolls. It rocks and rolls. It's just a phenomenal little booster that I put in here, and it was pretty cheap to put in. Not plugging it.
I'm not sure, but I'm not sure about outside the UK, but in the UK we have these things called powerline adapters. Basically, you take an Ethernet cable and plug it into what do you call it? You call that a power outlet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is where you plug stuff in for
That's
power, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'll say power outlet, plug socket. You'd plug it into an adapter that goes into the power, like into your power of your house, and you'd be able to actually run it through your electric system to another power outlet, to another adapter, and then run it. That's in the past I've had to do that to keep a wired connection rather than having like a 50-foot cable running through the house. And it was quite stable, so that's another solution.
Well, I've seen those before, and that works on the same basis of what BPL does. and those can be pretty nice for sure. Keep you from having to run a wire.
Yeah.
Especially if you've got kind of an older device that's running on like 2.4. It's just not as fast as it's not as
The
fast as
5.
the 5. So anyway, it's seems like a lot of people are getting their downloads now already. Brent just said that he's got 15 hours on his download.
15 hours. What
I'm sorry,
platform is that?
that was 3 on 15 hours. I don't remember how long Brent said he had.
Branch has 5 hours 24, I think he said.
Yeah, yeah.
There's I was reading chat above. Ryan, sorry, it's a bit late in reacting to it, but Ryan was mentioning his character is a stealth character. He uses a lot of the stealth suit. I don't know why it's not considered under armor because I want to wear other armor. Well, with this new update, you're going to be getting what was it called? The Enclave variant of the legendary crafted one.
That's right.
I can't remember what's the name of it again.
I don't recall, but I see that. I saw the pictures for it.
Covert, that's it. Covert armor. So with the covert armor that's introduced in this update, it has added stealth like the Fixer has. So you'll be able to use that instead of the stealth suit, maybe. I'm not sure if it'll have the stealth effect, but you can always go with is it the chameleon one when you crouch? I think that's what it is. When you crouch, you get the stealth capability. So
That's
you
right.
could always use that. It may take a while. Yeah, I think you need to get the plans actually from Daily Ops, but it's always an option for the future you could use. Something that you were asking me what I'd like to see them fix is it'll probably come with the power armor, legendary power armor, but I always find it annoying that you can't have a backpack and your power armor on. If you know what I mean, you lose the carry weight from your backpack as soon as you step into power armor.
Yeah.
So if they
that is pretty annoying. And I mean, the same thing goes with your unyielding armor and stuff. When you get into the power armor, all that stuff is negated. But you would think that maybe perhaps the backpack wouldn't be so much of an issue. I don't know.
No, I don't know. You could maybe have like storage space inside the power armor that it uses instead, and they just apply the carry weight to the power armor. But I say this because for a long time I was using the excavator power armor over like the stronger variants because I think it's one of the weakest in terms of resistances, and I was just because I wanted to carry. You know what it's like when you're carrying too much and you don't want to drop stuff to say another character or to a friend. You don't. There's stuff you want to keep in your inventory. But I actually made the change from the excavator to the T65, and I had to like drop about it's like £100 worth of difference, and learn to cope with that reduction. And once I've done it, I've not looked back. It takes a lot of discipline to like I'm not picking that up, not picking this up type thing.
Is it the calibrated shocks? Is that what gives you like an additional 100 pounds of carry weight?
With the legs, yeah. But on the excavator, it has a base increase. If you're wearing a matching set, it gives you another extra 100.
Did not know that, but that gives another bonus to have an excavator power
Yeah,
armor.
so with excavator power armor, if you have both calibrated shocks, each leg gives 50, right? So you have 2 legs, that's 100, and then if you have a full set of excavator equipped, it's another 100, so you get 200 carry weight. I've seen me being able to carry over 500 pounds in carry weight with excavator armor.
That is nuts.
It is nuts. It was hard. It took me a while to learn to drop it, just because at the moment now I think I'm getting about 380, 400. and with the amount of weapons I like to carry, and there's other things, I have batteries included because it is necessary because the amount of fusion and plasma cores I carry around I think I should just drop them to another character, and that's what I'm planning to do with this update, because I'll have a second loadout and I'll be able to basically, my second character is going to be a test character, and also a mule type character that just holds all the ammo, because you can't just dump it, like you can't dump plasma cores to new character and just have that as a mule, because you don't have the perks. You have to level the character to 50 to get the weight reduction perks.
That's right.
So I think that's what I'm going to do with my second character, is just make that character have a normal build and a weight reduction build, and I'd probably just use it as like a really good mule. And then if I do want another character, I'll probably level 1 to 50.
Looking back over here at the change log, I'm just at the bottom of it here, and I guess I'll go back through it again in just a few moments. But some of the things that stand out, and I'm sure a lot of people might catch on what I'm saying here, but they said they fixed with the world a path. With pathing, fixed a number of objects that the world that the players could path through or clip into. And I'm curious what exactly they fixed there, because a lot of people used a non-game breaking technique that would allow them to go into other places. I'm not trying to get very specific here. I've observed it being done.
Go through doors.
All right, you said it. I didn't say that. Bethesda. Warheart said it.
I've only experienced it in my camp when as I said earlier in the stream, that I have the power door, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'd experienced where I turned my camp off, and then I was still getting people buying stuff, even though that door was closed. And it's evident of how they got in there. It's one of two things. It's the method you're mentioning that I don't want to go into too much detail about, or they basically just spawned in there, and you know when you spawn in and the camp isn't fully there, and you can kind of like just run and jump. Maybe they saw the vendor and think, oh, I'm going to go there, and they jump, and you could do it that way, but that's very unlikely.
Well, I'm looking through here to chat. We got a question about from it looks like either it's Lud or Lude. Will there be different rewards for the daily ops, you think, like the new items you can only get from the new op?
There's a list somewhere. I have. I'd need to a few minutes to go find it, and I see Zed asking me if I only have 2 characters. I have, I think, 4 or 5 characters, but only 2 of them are leveled.
And they're including the unstoppable monster, which is a legacy weapon right at the moment. And when the servers come back online, it won't be, and it still might be a legacy weapon, but you'll have plans for it where you can craft that, as well as the medical malpractice legendary weapon. And it says here a variety of new plans for objects you can build in your camp as rewards from the new daily ops. So I wanted to touch base on something that I'm not sure how many people here have actually played Lord of the Rings Online. I know, don't hate me for it. I am a huge Lord of the Rings fan. But when I played Lord of the Rings Online, the developers got to a point where they were like, okay, there's, for each level you got a new weapon, and they got tired of dealing with that, so they produced a weapon that you can get at level, I don't know, 1 or 2 or 5, whatever it is, and then from there you can actually upgrade that weapon as you progress through the level, which there's a lot of games out there like that now, but that's why I remember it the most is in Lord of the Rings Online. And I'm curious if that's not something that they're intending to do at some point with Fallout, is being able to level your weapons with you and take them from level 5 to level, whatever the maximum level would be for that weapon, and customize it with its own legacies. Legendaries, not legacies. So I wanted to mention that a little earlier when we were talking about crafting our own legendaries, how neat it would be to be able to take a weapon from that we originally got at the beginning of the game and you know, up until, you know, our level 400, and, you know, say I've had this gun since the beginning of the game.
I still have to experience using what's they had legendary dragons, right?
Yes. No, I haven't seen
Yes.
them. I've not seen legendary dragons.
I have seen them in trade forums, but I'm yet to experience using one because I don't know. I think it's just like having 4 black powder rifles in one, I'd guess.
Something like that. Is it? I mean, the one that you saw, is it like 1 star, 3 star?
It was a 3-star. Like, there's obviously, I think the only place you still get them. I think 3 stars are legacies, right? But I think I'm not sure about 2 stars, but I know you can definitely get a 1-star one from, is it Monster Mash? There's a chance for it to drop in there if with that's that kind of like PvP event type mode.
I love that one.
Yeah, there is a chance. I think you have to accumulate a certain. I'm not entirely sure. Is it tickets or candy? I think it's candy. You have to accumulate a certain amount of candy, and you get it from the machine. There's a chance of getting it, but I don't. That's a lot of effort just to get a 1-star variant.
Well, not just that. I mean, the Pleasant Valley Ski Resort tickets are kind of the same way, but
that's for the. I've actually burnt through 100 of those and still not got. There's 2 items in there. Is there not weapons wise?
Yeah, the fancy gun, it's like a fancy
Shotgun.
revolver, and then a fancy
And-
shotgun too.
Yeah, I know someone that got the fancy shotgun as well.
I know somebody's got it.
Yeah,
I don't have it.
JJ's got it, and I was like, he told me about it, and I was like, I'm gonna go and burn all these tickets, and it took me like maybe 20 minutes to burn through 100, and I got nothing for it except for like the outfits.
Zed in chat says he's got a 2-shot dragon with a bayonet, which is kind of cool. Yeah, I would love to play Monster Mash more. It just seems like that event so rarely comes up.
And when it does, people don't want to do it. There's other events that are like that as well. Like you don't see many of the, I'll say, end game players doing stuff like Jailbreak. It's mainly like the lower levels that do it.
Yeah, I like Jailbreak. I really do. I mean, especially if it's for my event for the day, my daily. Jailbreak's the first one that I choose to go to, if it's available.
There's certain ones I like doing that are really quick for doing the daily challenges. Manhunt's a good one because you just go in and kill Mad Dog and his miscreants.
That's right.
I use that word quite well. That just popped in my head there.
Yeah.
Claim tickets. What's my opinion on them? I kind of like that they drop from. Is it ghouls? Is it? They don't drop ghouls and scorched. I can't remember if it's just ghouls.
Scorched.
It's scorched.
Yeah, scorched, and they do drop from ghouls too. I've picked plenty of them up over there at the golf course. From ghouls.
Yeah, because you get them at Radiation Rumble as well, don't you? And that's ghouls. Yep. I kind of like them, but like I wish there was an option. I'd like the crafting, rather than having to stand there and tap hand in ticket, a slider option for that to hand it in. That would be a nice thing, and then I wouldn't have a problem with them.
I recently came into 100 Pleasant Valley claim tickets that I'm going to do a video on. So they're still sitting in my inventory, but I've got quite a few. I'm curious of how many weapons I'll get out of that. I'll definitely get enough cash, because if you've ever turned in a Pleasant Valley claim ticket, you'll get lots of pre-war money with that. More than I'll ever have a need for. I'll end up scrapping a lot of it.
It's quite handy for your. Do you know how you get your daily challenges? It says like scrap pre-war money. I have a little reserve for that reason, so I don't have to go out and find or go to the White Springs bunker and then track down a nuclear keycard, because they drop the nuclear keycard and some other items in it in the boxes. And just to get the pre-war money. That's what I usually do, but now that I have a stack of it after spending 100 tickets, it's worth keeping.
Mm-hmm. Hey, while we've got several people here in the chat, and I just appreciate you guys being in the chat. There's something I stumbled on, and I may do a video on later on, and you may already know about it, but if you're into getting the nuclear key cards and get tired of having to wait on the quest cooldown, what I do is I'll search out the Vertibot that's got it, and then right before I destroy it, I actually quit the quest, kill the bot, and then start the quest back up again. And it'll send me to another location.
So that works.
Oh yeah, works all the time. So I can consistently get nuclear key cards time and time again doing that. And I know I'm kind of just rambling off here, but that's how I get a lot of mine.
This is news to me. This is like game changing for me because I'm low on nuclear key cards. Yeah. I ended up buying, I think, 10 the other day from someone.
What I'll also have Bethy do is when I'm getting, and of course not everybody has the capability of doing this, but Bethy has her own account, and when I'm doing that, she'll just log into the game, and I'll say, okay, I'm going to go kill it, and then she'll go with me to collect the key card, and then after I kill it, I'll just redo the quest again, and she'll go to the next location and collect the key card with me. So I'm actually getting double it at the time.
That's good.
Yeah. Anyway, I just thought I'd throw that out there. It's not really a glitch, but it is really helpful whenever you're low on key cards, for sure.
Yeah, it's something I think I might be doing too. I think that explains a lot to me. I'm always wondering how people have like 100 key cards, and I think that's what they must be doing to go farm them, right?
Yeah, that, or they're getting it through other nefarious ways, but I'd like to think that people are doing it the right way.
Yeah, if you have a group of people, let's say you have like a group of 4 doing that and quitting the quest, you can potentially get 4 key cards within a short span of time, right?
Yeah, that's right. If they all give up their key cards, but some people don't like running the nuke silos. Some would just prefer that you run it for them and they'll just hand you over the key card.
Yeah, I say I'm not against running nuke silos. It's just dependent on how much time I have to actually go and do it, because sometimes they take like 15-20 minutes,
something like that. Even if you take shortcuts, it can take at least 10-15 minutes to do it.
Yeah.
I think that the shortest amount of time that I ever made it through a silo solo,
I can do 5.
Well, I mean, to the point where it's actually launching, because you still have that period of time where you have to do right there at the end, where all you have to have the bots come into the room and you have to prep for the nuclear launch.
That's the only bit that takes a long time. And speaking of which, Bethesda done a stream the other day where I think they messed up hitting Earl. Like they done a queen and they went to do Earl, and I think they missed Earl, or they missed where they wanted to hit. So they had 2 members who weren't streaming go do a nuke, and it was pretty quick, shall we say. So they took shortcuts too.
Okay.
And I think so. Yeah, that was fun to watch. I was watching that the other day.
Yeah, we've got when we're generally live streaming, and we haven't done that in a week or two. But when we are trying to do the live streams, we try to do all 3 silos, and then we'll do the sheep squatch too. But when we're doing the silos, somebody in our group will kind of disappear for a little bit, and then all of a sudden a nuclear missiles launching on the Scorched Beast or on Earl, and always appreciative for those people that do that for us, because it's always nice to not have to wait a really long time to get those nukes going.
It's the time. I get why they have. Like, I'd love it if they changed the way silo runs work after you've done the quest for it, right?
Yeah.
So you could just go in and do the initiate sequence. You don't have to, like, like on your stream just now, you're saying you go into, I think is it got the nuke silo run on the right hand side?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you don't have to do like the biometric ID each time because it kind of doesn't make sense to do it over again if you've already done it. Does that make sense? That you're already logged in that silo?
Well, it
So-
is kind of annoying, especially if you have to go and hunt down the card.
Yeah.
So, but if you've already plugged in the nuclear key code for the week, then you don't have to worry about.
Yeah, that would be better actually if they done it on a weekly reset. So
Yeah.
if you do it in the week, that makes more sense. So you could like just run as many nukes as you want, as quick as you want. That would solve that problem. Someone in chat is asking, what do we expect for the new daily ups? You've had more experience on the PTS with the daily ups than I have. Let me bring up where was the info on that.
Well, when I did do that on the PTS, it was actually the first time I ever did it was pretty difficult. I probably spent I'm sorry, that's a lie. I probably spent 20 minutes. I think I actually even have it recorded somewhere. But in either case, it took a while to get through it because they had anti-armor damage on me. When I say anti-armor, let's look and see exactly what that's called.
So the new mutations.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Savage Strike.
That's probably going to be it.
Yeah, Savage Strike, which makes their attacks more deadly and causes them to ignore your armor resistances.
Yeah, they basically tore me up on using that against me.
Were you wearing power armor or were you wearing normal armor? Or being naked Vault Dweller, were you naked?
Definitely wasn't naked, that's for sure. Yeah, I definitely wasn't naked. And I rarely actually play naked. That name derived from something else, but anyway, it was pretty difficult to play against those guys in power armor. And again, it was my first go at it, so I really didn't know my way around. The second time I actually went through with Zed, and Zed and I was able to accomplish it probably in 12 minutes together. And then the next time, I think we just got like 801 on it.
Yeah.
And then the last time that we went through it, it was I think we made the time.
I'm just reading more on the decryption mode because I've not experienced it. You have, being on PTS. I just didn't get round to switching to PTS to test it. So in decryption mode, you're on a mission to disable 3 radio inceptors for Vernon Dodge. So you hunt 3 cold carriers. Oh yeah, I remember seeing a little bit on this. Yeah. To disable a radio interceptor. So you need 3 codes to disable it. More difficult after each inceptor you disable until you've killed Daily Ops boss and pulled the plug on the final interceptor. So you've got that's new. You have the new mutations, which are group regeneration, which is enemies heal when grouped together. Swift-footed enemies have fast movement speed and melee attack speeds, and then you have toxic blood. On death, enemies leave behind a poisonous hazardous pool, which will be like dot damage on top of that'd be, imagine that on top of Savage Strike as well.
Yeah.
So you're taking dot damage and they're cutting through. That'll be hard, I think.
Well, and something that I saw whenever I was doing it is they were mole miners, so they had a variety of weapons. Of course, they all have a variety of weapons now that they use, but they were, I mean, they
shotguns.
They were ripping us up.
Yeah, the shotguns tend to do a lot of damage with the Savage Strike, I would think.
Yeah.
Scorched aren't too bad. Mothman Cultist depends on what weapons they're using, really, doesn't it? Because they use a variety of weapons.
That's right. From handguns to sickles.
Yeah, they've got the blades as well. There's someone in chat was saying Vault 96 will open up. Yeah, it's part of the new locations. You've got the Watoga Raider Arena, which if you've done the Raiders quest, you'll be familiar with, and then West Tech Research Center those are the 3 new locations. So that'll take a while of getting used to the best way to utilize or optimize the times, because I know in the current ones we have just now, I can't remember which one it is. I get lost a lot. It's the one that looks like the sewers. I get lost in that one a lot.
That's over there. I'm trying to think of the name of it now. I hadn't said that's not. It's in the mire, but someone's going to say it in chat before I could think of it.
I always forget.
Yeah, but I get turned around in there too, quite a bit going down in there. My gosh, why can't I think of the name of that?
While you're thinking, Brancor in chat has requested me to say a certain word, and I'm going to say it just because. Pool. Asked me to say pool. Loot pool. Just for Brancor. As he's donated, I will say it for free.
But
yeah, that's
Turbine.
the location. Barrels. There we go.
Turbine.
Barrels.
Thanks. Appreciate you, man.
Harper's Ferry barrels. Yeah, that one. It's because it's got a lot of dead ends in it, right? So you tend to run down a dead end thinking you're going the right direction. You're like, nope, not this way. So I have a certain way I run, and I never change it. Because if I change it, I get lost. The barrels is just the worst one. What the better ones are the plaza. Is it the shopping plaza?
Valley Galleria.
Yeah, that's the one. It's probably one of the better ones. It's pretty straightforward, nice and open. There's no little deviations to go the wrong way. And then I can't remember the last one. My mind has gone blank.
Was it a vault? We already covered the vault?
Oh, yeah, no, we didn't cover the vault. Yeah, the vault, it's 50-50, but it's quite straightforward as well. It's like you've got the main central area, and then you've got the left and the right for the signal transmitters.
And you kind of have to shut them down. So whenever you're doing a standard daily op now, to kick off the daily op, you have to go turn the transmitter on. These you'll kill the mob that's carrying the transmitter code, and then you'll go over to the actual transmitter and decrypt it. And you'll get 3 or 4 rounds of that, and then you'll have a final boss fight. They'll have a number of
words today, right?
Yeah. You'll have a number of ads that come on to that, and you have to fight them off too.
Do you know with the new mode decryption, if the spawns are static spawns, or are they just randomly throughout the new maps? Or imagine this is going to annoy me thinking about it. Decryption on barrels would annoy me if they're not in the static spawn locations. Can you imagine if they're on a deviation of the usual? Oh, yeah, this is giving me a bit of anxiety thinking about it.
Well, from what I've seen, they're in the same place each time. So when I was doing Watoga Underground, for instance, all 3 of the places where you decrypted were the same, but the mobs would be very random as to where they would appear at, and that was kind of annoying, especially for somebody who doesn't know the Watoga Underground very well, because there's like 3 different levels to Watoga Underground, and you'll get like a mole miner or scorched up top that it will look like it's on the bottom, but then you got to work your way up the stairs or find your way around. Watoga Underground's definitely chopped up like a.
You didn't play Fallout 3, did you?
That's posed to me.
Yeah. Have you played Fallout 3?
100 years ago, man. I mean, I've played it for sure.
Do you remember the underground? Try to navigate the underground in that game.
No.
No, that was worse. That's There's like several different undergrounds, and they link to each other, and Like, yeah, the distance you travel isn't the same as it is above on the map as you feel. It was, yeah. Oh boy.
We're approaching, 3 hours into the stream now, and still there's no sign of the servers coming back up yet.
I'm expecting it to be another 2 hours, to be honest.
And we should start taking bets.
Yeah. What will the prize be for the person most accurate?
They get a kiss from me. Most people
don't
don't
know.
like that bet.
I was going to say, I don't know if that's a prize or a punishment.
It could be a punishment. It all depends.
Depends. It's dependent on the person.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, if you want a kiss from the naked vault dweller, not naked now. We got to keep this PG. Then
Unless it's in game. It's in game.
Yeah, you'll get them all the time from me in game. Then hopefully this will be done before 2 hours. I would be thinking that they'll be bringing those things back online. I haven't actually checked the status on it lately. Let me just jump into the dev tracker real quick.
I will answer some questions in chat. Darian, I agree with you. Fallout 3 is underrated. It was my first Fallout game. I loved it to pieces. I've played through it on several platforms several times. New Vegas, I tried to get into. I played it, I think it was on PlayStation, because that's when I didn't have a PC back then. But I played it on PlayStation, and I ended up getting to the last quest at the dam, and it was bugs and kept crashing. That's all I ever experienced, and that's why I think it's overrated. And it's kind of based later in the Fallout timeline, where civilization is kind of more predominant than it was in Fallout 3. I just felt Fallout 3 was, it had that, what's the word? Post-Holocaust feel. And it made it feel like a wasteland.
With New Vegas, you had, with all the other Fallouts, you had Bethesda making it, but with New Vegas, you had Obsidian that made.
Of
New
course,
Vegas.
yeah, that's a big thing. And I think, touching on New Vegas, did they not have a really big mod released lately that has changed it?
They did.
That's something I might have to look into playing at some point.
I just want to say thanks to Branch again. I appreciate the donation so much. It really is very nice of you and very kind to do that, my friend.
Another thing they try to do in New Vegas that I didn't really quite enjoy as much as I think they thought people would is the ammo crafting there. The ammo crafting and that was like you had different types of ammo different ammo types for the same type of ammo. There we go, I worded it right. So, yeah, like you had hollow point or you had piercing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's like it was a step too much, and for the casual players, I think they wouldn't even bother to think about that. They'd probably just craft ammo and then go and try shoot.
Well, they offered a lot of complexity with New Vegas, and I would have taken advantage of making my own ammunition had I not used the console to cheat. But there was just a lot of stuff in there that I just didn't really have a lot of time for, unfortunately, to put into it to really get all that the game really had to offer. I mean, graphically, it looked really good. It was a step up from Fallout 3, but there was some elements that were kind of lacking in New Vegas that I wish that if they remade one, either they remade 3 or they remade Vegas, just because they were both grand. And I enjoyed 4 too. Don't get me wrong. That was a lot of fun too.
Fun. I still haven't finished 4, to be honest. I know some people are going to hate me for it, but I have watched streams of people finishing it, and when I was playing it, I was like, I know how this pans out and how it goes. The other thing with I don't know if you were here when I said it, but New Vegas, I always had it crash on me, and they brought out the DLC. I've not played the DLC. I think I just need to play it on PC again and go through it, because
that problem was playing it on PlayStation.
Yeah, different experience entirely, and I'll be able to play the DLC, and then think after I've done that, I'll probably install the big mod they've released.
So just an update, and The update that Valseek posted an hour ago is, and he reads in the Bethesda forums here, we're still working to release today's locked and loaded update and get you back in game. Dig into the new patch as soon as possible. In the meantime, be sure to read the patch notes for today's update here at Fallout.com. And we have those patch notes here that we've been kind of going through to see if we can't hit some stuff that's really relevant to our day-to-day gaming in Fallout 76. Looking for a few other things I had heard had changed.
Are you on about the updates to when it's released, or are you on about the changes in the patch notes?
In the patch notes, but I was just going over to when the actual servers are coming back online. We'll touch base on those again in just a few moments. But I mentioned earlier that they fixed a number of objects in the world that players could pass through or clip into, and then right underneath that it says corrected several locations throughout the world where players could become stuck. And I'm curious if one has to do with the other.
Yeah, I think I know what you're on about.
So
we'll see if that plays, because if they fix that, then yeah, that's going to be more time consuming in certain circumstances.
Yeah. So looking back here,
that's another update. Sorry.
Yeah, my real quick, the latest refresh on the Bethesda servers being online, it still says that it is in maintenance mode, and that's in maintenance mode for all platforms. It's not just PC. So as to what they'll bring back online first, I'm not 100% sure. People say that they bring them all on at the same time, but reports I've had in the past say that it seems like PCs come online first, and then Xbox and PlayStation. Sorry, go ahead.
Another thing that we're talking about additional design updates, right, for user interface. Another thing I forgot to mention that I'm quite excited for is the world activity menu. So where you usually have daily ops, you'll have, I think it's there, it'll be the top left. I can't remember, I didn't play on PTS, but from the footage I remember it was over that sort of side, that you would have a menu that would drop down and it would have all the events listed, so you don't have to go looking on the map. You just click on the event and go travel.
Absolutely, yes, and that's another big thing that's going to come in this update is along with the daily ops that will be, actually it's at the bottom left, but the events list where you can, an event going on the map, you don't have to necessarily scroll around the map now to see what's going on. You can just go to that event tracker and say, hey, I want to do, tea time today, or I want to do, some other event. I'm thinking Queen of the Hunt, but that's actually a quest. Or just the Queen itself. It will all show up in that dev tracker. Not dev tracker. I'm looking at the dev tracker. It'll actually show up. Event tracker. Yeah.
Close enough.
Words.
Yeah, it's early morning, so, or you've been up since very early morning, I should say, the time I usually go to bed. So, did someone say it's up on PC, open in EU on PC? Are you on about the servers being open? I don't think they are. I think I had a check with a friend. He just tried to log in. Where are we?
You guys can't see it on my screen, but I'm actually hitting the play button to see what will happen. Oh, I better not, because it's going to have a ton of audio. This is going to be loud, guys. My apologies. Well, maybe not that loud.
Still says the servers are offline.
Yeah. I had a friend try, and because it came up Steam Friends notification coming up saying someone logged in to the game. So I just messaged him and asked him. It doesn't look like they're on because he's not playing the game. Yeah, I just type in just now, so I'll be able to tell you from his end as well.
So are you big on Skyrim?
Don't get me started on Sky. I have accumulatively over various platforms like PlayStation, PC, and also they did the remaster, right, and the Legendary Edition, and I probably have about 4K hours invested into Skyrim
Oh my
with
gosh.
playing mods. I'm big
Ooh,
nerd on Skyrim.
yeah, I am too. I like Skyrim personally a lot more than I like the Fallout franchise, but they're both fun.
I think what it like Skyrim that was 2011, right? And we're now we're going to be coming up to the 10-year anniversary, which I think they will reveal when they're going to release the next Elder Scrolls.
That would be pretty
It's-
cool.
I think they're going to do it then because Microsoft will have full control then, and it kind of makes sense to announce it on an anniversary. And to answer Branch, he's asking me if I played Oblivion. I did play Oblivion. If I can't go back and play Oblivion because of I'm so used to the Skyrim interface with the quick menu. If they had that, and the leveling systems is totally different because if I remember rightly, in Oblivion, your major skills, every time you leveled them, there was a set amount of times you leveled them, you got a level. So I used to delay it and put skills there that I didn't use but could manipulate to get me a level. So because is the minor skills there were every time you leveled a minor skill, it would give you an attribute towards something. So I used to try and get the maximum out of a level and do it that way. But that was years ago. That was PlayStation 3 days. And I actually lost all my data because my PlayStation had the notorious was it yellow light of death is known as back then. And I lost all my data because it was an original first edition PlayStation that were notorious for having that issue. And I didn't back up. It's not as easy as it is nowadays to back stuff up. You had to have a physical hard drive
Connected in
back
on
it
the
up.
USB port. You're talking about the original first PlayStation, the gray
The-
one, right?
The big round brick that you could probably knock someone out without even using force. But yeah, one of those. And also the PlayStation 3 was also notorious for being a different file type, so you kind of had to format your storage to a certain way for it to be able to work properly and then be able to copy it back, if I remember rightly.
Mm-hmm.
That was an issue I had. So yeah, I lost all my progress. That was I can't even. I think I had about 2K hours in Oblivion. I love sandbox games like that.
Yeah,
I'm
loved it
sorry.
too. No, go ahead.
Yeah, I have more connection to games with sword, shields, and bows than I do with like as with Fallout is weapons, right? Projectiles. I don't know why. I think it's where I've been brought up in Scotland with like the knowledge of the castles and stuff. You know, there's a lot of castles around me from the old days, and then obviously I love a lot of Viking Norse mythology, so that comes into play too.
Have
But-
you ever heard of a game called Chivalry?
Yes, I have, and I'm picky with games. They're like people are like, "Oh, you should come play Mordu with us," and I'm like, "No, not my type of game." I just like sandbox single player games with story driven motives. And if the funny thing is, I say story driven motives with the likes of Skyrim and stuff, and with Fallout even, it's like I tend to steer clear of the main story until I've done a load of other quests, like the side quests and the faction quests. And then I'll go and do the main story because the main story to me needs to be like the main event.
I try to do everything before I even touch the main story.
Yeah, it's notorious. A lot of people do that. They don't just go in and play the main story and think. Because I think if you do the main story, it kind of ruins the game so much because you're like, oh, I've done all the main stuff. You know, you get that subconscious feeling.
Well, going back to the Oblivion, just how I ran into Oblivion was I was at a tournament in Louisville, Kentucky. I used to be in tournaments for Unreal Tournament. Anyway,
You played
Right.
Unreal Tournament.
Oh yes.
He
Guess
didn't
what?
just play it. He was good at Unreal Tournament.
I remember playing Unreal Tournament competitively on, I think, was it PlayStation 3? It must have been PlayStation 3. Yeah. We had a clan as well, and I was, funny enough, as I'm a heavy gun user in this game, I was like the vehicle expert the heavy vehicle expert
Or
in
you're
that game.
for like domination is that what you're talking about?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
that was a fun play style.
Tank, Dark. It was it Dark Walker or Dark Stalker.
Yeah, those are fun too.
Yeah, I was those type of vehicles. That was my role. And do you remember the arc weapons? What they called?
The lightning rifle.
Av
Oh no.
Avro launcher.
Yeah, the ones that were actually on the vehicles themselves.
I loved those. I could curve that round buildings and everything to hit the target. I loved doing that. Like the skill shots, I had it down to a T so much that I could hit infantry with it and kill them in one shot. Yeah, those were the days.
They were. I was at a tournament for Unreal Tournament. It's called Million Man Land in Louisville, Kentucky. Some of you guys might have heard that. And while I was there, it's like a 4-day event. You literally sleep there underneath your computer while you're there. It's a lot of fun being there. You've been around a lot of people that you know, but they have file sharing, and people just open up their drives and allows you to, you can just explore people's drives, see what they've got. So you shared music, shared movies. In fact, that's where I think I watched the second Matrix. I think might have been the third. I'm not sure. Anyway, I can go all day about this, but that's where I pulled off Oblivion. Oblivion wasn't actually in the registry. It was just a zipped up file that they had on the share drive. I just moved it over to my computer, and like 2 months later, I unzipped it and played it, and thought, oh my gosh, I can't believe I hadn't already been playing this. I really didn't deviate from games back then. I was like, if I was playing Unreal Tournament, that was really the only game I played. And the same way for like Fallout 76, it's like that's what other games do I play? I play Fallout 76. I've been experimenting with Outriders, but my
it's
heart
quite
is
disappointing,
here.
Was it not?
Outriders.
The release, yeah, I've heard a few people say they're not happy with the current state of Outriders.
Yeah, well, it's definitely the whole isometrical behind view thing that you got going on. I've just never been fond of that view where you're behind your character. A lot of people like that play, or even a top down. I'm just not fond of it. I like being in first person. It's just how I've always played. So first person just better fits for me.
Evident in the footage in the stream right now, where you're both first person. See, I play Fallout in third person. I don't know why. I think it's because it's the field of view.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Can we go back to talking about Unreal Tournament a little bit?
Yeah.
I know you can talk about it all day. Like I kind of grew up in school playing. It was on actually IMAX. That shows you how long ago that was. I used to play Quake 3 Arena, and we used to host like in-school tournaments. I'd be like, oh, let's do a tournament, and I used to win them quite like. But the thing about it is the thing I liked about Unreal Tournament more is the movement was more fluid because you could do like wall jumps, right?
Uh-huh.
You can't really do that in Quake. You could do your rocket jumps and whatnot, but you can still do that in Unreal.
It got to the point where you could do wall runs with Unreal Tournament. This latest version, which if you guys are looking for a free game to play, if you go to Epic, a lot of people may not like Epic here, but if you go to Epic's website, you can download Unreal Tournament for free. And
is that Unreal Tournament 4? Is it?
Oh yeah. Well, I don't think it's 4. It may be. I don't know what version it is. I've played a little bit on it. The mechanics are just not the same as some of the previous versions of Unreal Tournament, but it kind of lost its following when people started playing more of the team-based games like Call of Duty and Rainbow Six Siege, even Minecraft.
I did play Battlefield and COD for a bit, but I've kind of gone off those just now. When Battlefield 5 drops, I'll probably play it like quite a lot because it's going to be like Battlefield 3 and 4 were the ones I played a lot of. And then after that, I can't even remember the Cops and Robbers one after that, but it kind of threw me off it a bit. And then the Hardline, and then anything after that, I don't think I've really played. I did try play Battlefield 1. It's the World War one, right?
Yeah.
I tried playing that. I did play it a little bit. It was alright, but I just kind of I prefer the modern guns, and like I miss being in the helicopter. Yeah. Helicopters were my thing.
So you like running around with like a Mosin and shooting everybody at one shot at
No,
a time?
I preferred being the helicopter pilot and taking out tanks and stuff like that. That was me. Not that obviously not in Battlefield 1 because you only had, I can't remember what vehicles you had in that.
Planes.
The planes.
Fly.
Yeah. See, I wasn't much of a jet pilot because the restrictions of the way the physics work. I was more like, I like to move around and like be able to dodge in several different directions at once, which is like Apache helicopter and the Scout helicopter type stuff.
See, you probably just sat in a helicopter the entire game, didn't you?
Not all the time. I like to be in a tank sometimes too, and shooting down the helicopters. Oh, skill shots.
One of my good friends could play an entire match of Battlefield in one helicopter, and he would just never die.
Yeah, I love those sorts of games where you just, I have actually footage that I recorded that I was going to upload to when I was doing YouTube. But I just never got around to do it. I'd make a log. That's when you had to use what are they called? It was not quite a capture card, but it was something similar to that. I had to use that to capture my footage on PlayStation.
I never even tried it on the PlayStation.
It was a lot of hassle to do.
Yeah, that got a little bit too advanced for me. Back on with a platform, it's easy to do with a PC, but I don't think they had a lot of stuff that was readily available. I can go to Amazon now and probably get 2 or 3 different type of things that you can put on the PlayStation and Xbox now.
Was it Gamecast?
I'm not sure what it was. It's been my memory is failing as I get older, as it does with most people. But I can't remember the name of the thing. I know what it looks like. I could probably go and find it. Unless I've left it in one of my previous residential areas where it's with family. I think my brother might have it actually. I can actually be resourceful here. I will ask my friend who told me about it. That's going to bug me. Anyway, ignore me for now.
Well, just in case anybody in the chat was wanting to know, just my brief touch with Fame, if it was ever Fame, was with Unreal Tournament. I competed on a national, international level, even though I never did travel outside the country. I won. I was a 1-versus-1 player. I went by the username of Godsmack and Suffer, and went to. I think the last thing I tried to do was compete in the WCG, which is the World Cyber Games, and I got beat out by 1 point. I absolutely hated it, and so I got so disgusted I didn't play anymore. So that's kind of my run for Fame or infamy. Depends how you look at it with Unreal Tournament. I was really good at it, and I really enjoy looking at some of my footage from back then. I still have some videos of me playing and stuff, but it's that's from days long gone for sure. But I do want to add that I saw a guy streaming the other night. He was playing the Unreal Tournament, and I so badly wanted to jump into the server that he was on. He was inviting everybody to come in there, and I thought, will I do as well as he is in there since it's been,
Do I still have that spark?
Yeah, I think in the way he was playing, I thought, yeah, I'd tear him up, even after not playing for like 7 years. I still feel like it's kind of ingrained into my hand movements, and occasionally I want to do a dodge inside of Fallout 76.
It'd be good if they had that physics, right? Imagine that. Oh,
I just don't know. You know, it's something else. I know we're changing subjects all over the place here, but why don't they add that kind of thing in there? That would be great. But additionally, someone had mentioned in our Discord channel, it might have been Dude actually. That's a plug out there for you, Dude. That they're talking about bringing vehicles to Fallout 76. Now, how true that is, I don't know. I mean, you don't necessarily need vehicles to inside Fallout 76, especially with fast travel. But early experiments in Fallout 76, from what I understand, they tried to put the the graphic of a car or a vehicle on top of someone's head and stuck that person underneath the ground, kind of like what a bot would do, and have them be able to go over the ground and make it look realistic. And it didn't really work out too well. I think that's the reason why they kind of gave up on using vehicles inside of Fallout 76. But they may have made some changes since then.
There was a rumor going around about bringing it to 76 vehicles, but I'm not sure. I don't think they would though. That would be a bit.
You'd almost need a bigger map.
Like I know in Fallout 4 you had the vertibirds, right?
Yeah.
Like that wouldn't be too far-fetched an idea to bring to the game, but like in terms of like wheeled vehicles, I don't think. Can you imagine if they brought like an APC to the game where you and your 3 teammates or other like people that aren't in your team can just sit in and you just drive around?
Yeah.
I can't imagine that myself.
Well, I mean, that would be kind of cool if you can do that. But then if you're on the outside looking in, how would that look cosmetically on the different terrain that's out there? That's I just don't think they can make it look right. I mean, I believe they can make it work. I just don't think they can make it look right. And I might be wrong there. I may be underestimating what Bethesda can do, but I think it's more realistic for them to be able to create some type of flying contraption. I've been talking a lot today. A device that flies that you can get into and go to your location. I think that makes more sense to me for them to do, because it doesn't require that having to match the graphic to the ground for it to fall upon.
They could just change the way fast travel works. You get picked up by a vertibird and it takes you to your location.
Does that mean I have to like wait?
That's what I was thinking as well. Like imagine sometimes you have that countdown, right? Because there's like enemies nearby. That irritates me, having to wait that 10 seconds and not get hit by an enemy. You can kill enemies and be in combat, but they just can't hit you, right? Because if they hit you, it resets that countdown. That irritates me when that happens.
I hate it. I absolutely hate it. Branch had a good idea. If they had trains at the train stations, and they could just be on standby.
Yeah, that works. You just go up to a train station and just boom. Yep. As another form of fast travel, rather than having to go on a map. Just say like that'd actually be good for the mole miner events and the Christmas events where you need to go to vendors to buy the components, the empty pails or the gift wrap. That's it. I was going to say wrapping paper, but gift wrap. That'd be pretty cool to have it for that reason, and it'd save you a lot. And it would say if it was free travel, or you paid like 5 caps to get a train ticket, something like that. That would be good.
Yeah. Well, Zed says that the easiest way to do that is just kill yourself, and you can fast travel for free.
But you lose your loot, right? If you have loot on you.
Yeah, if you have it on you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's a good point to make.
It is, yeah. Not that I'm like trying to save caps, because caps are easy to come by if you just like sell stuff every day, or if you're doing a lot of trading.
I had to turn my vendor off just so people don't buy stuff. Which I'm sure you probably run into, as well as many of the other people in our chat run into as well. It's caps come very easily now.
Yeah, it's like if people are doing trading, it's usually in Flux, because Flux has a higher value.
And I noticed I just joined a Facebook group with NVD Online, and if you guys haven't made it to our Facebook page, NVD Online is our Facebook. I still don't have enough likes to the page to make it an official page. So if you like the page, you might help me out there. But I joined one of the Fallout 76 Facebook groups, and one of the things in there is trading, and a lot of flux is traded in there, along with weapons too. But flux seems to be the currency.
It does. It's good as well because it's used for ammo, right?
Yeah.
And some power armor upgrades, and I'm not sure it's not using Secret Service armor. I don't think. No, it's not. Maybe is it using upgrades or mods? Sorry, mods for Secret Service armor. I'm not sure.
Secret
That
Service.
mods, like I don't think it is. Like say Biomesh, it might be used in Biomesh.
I don't know.
I'm too much of a turtle to remember if that's a thing or not. I'd have to ask someone that like uses Secret Service armor and stuff.
Yeah.
To craft, or I could just be resourceful and go and look at the wiki.
I'm right now just checking out to see what our status is. It looks like you're going in. We're pushing 4 hours right now on this update, so it's looking more like you are correct.
Yeah, I think that's maybe why they done it earlier, so they have the time, like the usual time frame when it's available, because they said they had more to do, right? So it makes sense to start early, and then finish at this usual time they'd finish. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So what time are we at now on my time? So for me, it's 3:30 in the afternoon. I'm expect it could be another hour and a half at least.
Yeah, I'm looking at 9:30, really close to that. So, and I haven't since that last update that I read from the Bethesda forum. So I haven't received any more updates that's in here. A lot of times when they're running kind of behind schedule, they'll let us know. And this last update kind of said that. But if they've really got nothing else to update us with, then they won't continue to keep saying that in there. So, but they're updating to the Amazon servers because that's where all the Fallout 76 stuff is hosted, at least for right now, or indefinitely. I don't know. That was another question I posed at the kind of at the earlier ends of the live stream is why doesn't Bethesda, start or not? Yeah, Bethesda use Microsoft servers instead of the Amazon servers, and there's probably a logical reason behind that. And, the Microsoft servers may not do what they're trying to achieve.
Maybe, yeah. So I've just looked up Secret Service armor to see if any of it uses flux, and the only thing that uses flux is the jetpack. That's quite intriguing.
So no flux for it other than the jetpack.
Just the jetpack.
Yeah.
That's a bit strange, I find.
Yeah, it's kind of the same with power armor too. I think there's a few other things that require flux, but not much.
I think then I'd have to check power armor. I'll check T65 because that's what I use, and I'm pretty sure if you've played the game long enough, it's the power armor of choice because most resistance.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm using, and I know for sure that it uses maybe yellow flux for the jetpack. I'm not sure. It may not be yellow flux. Let's just say it's flux.
So for the helmet, the targeting HUD uses Crimson Flux. Let's look at torso. Torso, the jetpack uses Cobalt and Violet. This is okay. So this has not been filled out. The wiki is missing information. That's something I could fill out. That'd be. I'll try another. What would say T60? I'll try T60 instead. Fallout 4. No, I don't want Fallout 4. I want 76. Imagine if I look at the Fallout 4 and try to find flux.
While you're looking it up, I was just going to update everybody on some of the changes that we're going to be looking at. If you're used to using the power armor to get to other locations unintended for the use of the power armor, that is actually being removed from the game. That's not something that I actually do at all, but it is something I have observed in other videos and with other players. So if you're used to doing it that way, that will no longer be available to you, I'm afraid.
I admit to using it to get in the aquarium in the um
The shelter.
what's it? Shelter. Yeah, see, I keep going to say bunker. It's like bunker, but no, shelter. I did that when it first came out, but I've not. That was just to see what the fish were like in there. I was curious.
Well, I will admit this then, because I did the exact same thing at the exact same location, but not with
So
you. I did it with either by myself or with a couple other people. Either way, I wanted to get in there to see what the fish were like. That's exactly the reason why I went in there, and then I drowned.
um, you probably there's a little bit. There's an air pocket at the top that you could have used, but if you go in with power armor, you don't drown because the power armor has its own oxygen supply apparently.
It does, it does, and but you can't get to the top if you don't take your power armor off.
There's a little rock ledge there that you could use, I
Mhm.
think. But yeah, I spent too much time in there to know. I'm just trying. That's on Reddit. I don't know. I'm trying to find a solid list that states what it uses and what it requires. But there's no solid.
Another thing that's going to be removed from the game, if you're, and I can't remember the name of the relay tower. Perhaps somebody in chat can bring it up, but there was a bot that was in one of the relay towers that came from the BOS missions. That when you killed it, and if you left the facility and came back after a certain period of time, and we're talking seconds, the bot would be there again, and usually it would always usually always, you can't really say that, but usually it would be a 3-star legendary. So a lot of people took advantage of that as well. Wasn't necessarily an exploit. It was just something, I don't know if they left it in the game just so they can get some action in that area or what, but it's been there for quite some time, and surely they've known about it. I did a video about it not too long ago, and I call that video Best Kept Secret, which people figured out pretty quickly that that's what I was talking about. Anyway, it's gonna that thing is gonna be removed.
Yeah,
from
because
the
you used to be
game.
able to farm. You used to be able to farm basically your script from there.
That's right. Yeah, I mean,
Never
normally
never did it myself, but
it didn't have a lot of like really great weapon drops that I ever got from it. It was always like 1-star, 3-star, raider, you know, just a whatever type of armor or weapon that like a 3-star rolling pin. I'm just trying to throw some items out there. I'm kind of going
like
brain dead here.
troubleshooter's rolling pin is the best roll I've ever received from.
Awesome. That's awesome.
No, it's stuff like that. So looking at the power armor and talking about flux, it looks like the targeting had the calibrated shocks, the blood cleanser, the reactive, a lot of things using flux here. Kinetic, reactive, optimized servos, Tesla bracers. Yeah, see, this is where I think it's unfair because power armor crafting requires. Well, I say unfair, but it's not really because it has more durability than normal armor. So I take that pans out, I guess. It requires a lot more flux to craft a set of power armor or different variants with mods than it does for Secret Service. But I guess it kind of, as I say, it pans out when it comes to durability.
And the odd thing is that some of these in these trading groups that I've seen, we're talking, it just takes a couple to make those. And I know that you're using them for ammunition and stuff, but we're talking like thousands of flux, thousands of flux.
For god rolls, as people dub them, is like perfect rolls. People pay thousands and thousands of flux.
Yeah. Well, I don't have thousands of flux in my inventory. If I have all my flux combined, it's probably just under 1,000.
I have a moderate amount. I'm not like super heavy. I think I have maybe I want to say about 600 of each. but that's just from trading weapons. I've got 4 flux, so I just like having it so I can craft ammo. Not that I need. That's the thing I like about the Gatling plasma is it's very ammo efficient. You get 350 rounds per core, and that's without using the perk Power User, which I think bumps it up to 500. The only reason I could use it, but I have too many power cores from buying maps and like other various farming methods to get power cores. Plasma cores, yeah.
Yeah.
So I just dumped. I used to use that perk, but now I have no need for it, so I just dump it. And yeah, it's kind of handy to have those. And fun fact for anyone that doesn't craft ammo often, if you do have normal plasma cores and you use I can't remember the agility perk. I think it gives you 80% more crafted ammo. If you use that with a maxed out legendary ammo factory perk, you make, I think it's it requires 2 plasma cores to make an anthracite, but with those perks, for every 2 you have, it can make 9, and if you apply super duper, there's a 30% chance to make that 9 18. So yeah, doing that math, it makes quite a lot, and that's why I never run out.
Okay. Yeah. Then you have to worry about enough inventory room or camp space to be able to store it.
Yeah, it's more the inventory room and why I run batteries included. If I take that off, it's like I can't move at all. I'm static.
So, I would be interested. So you have, I've got several characters that I play, and I've got several of people that I play with. They've got several characters too, and they've got different mules for different things. Of some of their mules are for just legendary items, and some of their mules are just for ammunition. I've kind of got a legendary item mule, but I don't have an ammo one. I guess because I'm so committed to my 5mm anti-armor minigun that I just don't I don't really carry a lot of ammunition for anything else. But there's definitely a need for having some of these perks available to us to be able to carry them. Because
yeah, bandolier if it's all ballistic ammo, right?
Yeah.
And if it's energy ammo, like as someone was saying in chat earlier, 2mm EMC, it kind of falls under. I think it falls under both categories because I'm not entirely sure if it does. I may be wrong in saying so, but I think it definitely comes under energy ammo. So batteries included would work for that. But I'm not sure if bandolier works for it as ballistic ammo. I haven't tested it, but I did use Gauss minigun quite a lot. And with any minigun, as you know yourself, using the normal minigun, is that you burn through a lot of ammo if you're doing an event like the Queen or Earl. You can burn through thousands and thousands of ammo, and that's kind of why they kind of off-put me, because it's quite expensive if you're doing ultrasight ammo.
Very expensive.
And that's me saying that with probably enough to do enough ammo and carry. Like, I know the 5mm doesn't weigh too much, but it still mounts up after a while. But you're talking about other characters and stuff. As I said earlier, I'll probably make my second character have their second build as like a mule carry, depending on how it works out with the new perk loadout system. So like my main character is power armor and heavy weapon build, and I tend to use anti-armor with stabilized, and that's sort of my go-to sort of build for that character. And I find it very reliant in terms of resilience and ability to do damage. Like I can solo do daily ops at the moment. I'm just intrigued to see how I will cope with the new changes to daily ops and new mode. My second character is a commando build that uses secret service armor, I think it is. and it's less resilient, but it still does a decent amount of damage, and I'm just not too keen on it, so I might just try that on my main character.
Well, I think what there may be some people here in the chat. I was going to reference something really quick. So I have two maxed out characters. I have my primary character that I use all the time. He's like level 430 now or something like that. And then I have another character that is 180 maybe, something like that. But that
Yeah,
particular
we're about the same.
Character was created by Bethesda for me. And a lot of you guys might remember back at Christmas time in 2019, the moment Bethesda said, "Hey, it's time to go home. Merry Christmas," and everybody left the office. Somebody, and maybe multiple people, I'm not sure, ran a hack program and was able to literally take everything from your inventory, and even the stuff that you're wearing. And I had an axe that that I was using at the time. I was very fond of it. It was an instigating axe. That got taken from me, and my armor. And so I contacted Bethesda and said, "Hey, I lost this stuff. I don't know how I lost it. What can I do?" Well, come to find out that these guys were using this hack. And I say guys, I mean just people. They're using these hacks to grab all this stuff in your inventory. And they took everything that I was wearing. They didn't take my stuff in my actual inventory, but the stuff that I had in my character inventory. They took all the legendary stuff I had on. So a month rocked on, and Bethesda was kind enough to go back to that particular day and restore a backup of that character so I can get my stuff back off of that character. And I think that they did that for pretty much everybody, or at least I hope they did. But that was a really cool thing for them to do because I really liked that axe at the time. I don't have it anymore, I'm afraid, but that's kind of my dealings with hackers on the server there, trying to do.
I don't think I've experienced any form of hacking on my account, but I'm lucky enough that way. I don't want to experience it. If I lost some of the weapons I have on my main character, I'd be pretty frustrated.
The exact same here, and I'm sure there's a pile of people that feel the exact same way. So just to address the chat, the servers are not back online yet. We are monitoring those, and it doesn't look like the Bethesda servers are out of maintenance yet. If you can just see here, and I'll post this in the chat as well for you to visit, but this is the server where Bethesda basically shows whether or not they're online. And looking at, I need breakfast.
You need something to eat.
That's right. So Valseek actually did post in the forums just 3 minutes ago. Fallout maintenance is ongoing while we work to release today's big update. We'll get you back in Appalachia as soon as we can. But in the meantime, you can go here, which is the patch notes, which is what we've been reading through. So we're pressing. In 15 minutes, we'll be at 4 hours on the server being down.
Aiden Flores in chat was asking when the servers will be back up. There is no estimated time of when they'll be back up. I am gonna guess roughly at least another hour and 20 minutes at least. I'm going by what I would expect of Bethesda and playing Bethesda games throughout various years. Yeah.
We kind of had an unofficial bet going on whether or not they would be back up in 3 hours, and I think Warhearts, he's won that bet because I thought it would be up in 3 hours, and that's not the case. That's definitely not the case.
There was someone in chat that wanted to win the bet. It was Branch. Branch was like, "When do I get my kiss?" If I win, I will reward it to Branch.
I think the loser has to give him a kiss. It's I think the real question here is does he want an in-game kiss or like a real life kiss? Because one is less creepier than the other.
And also, one is more possible than the other due to the state of current events.
Yeah. Well, COVID and all, but
Yes.
Most people, including Bethy, don't even want me to kiss her. So they're like, "Oh no, here comes naked vault dweller. Don't kiss me." Oh gosh.
He
So-
kisses a lot of people.
What was that? Sorry.
He kisses a lot of people.
I'll kiss you. So that quaint voice that you guys hear that's real low is Dysterium. Dysterium's actually sitting right next to me at Bethy's PC. He is my co-pilot today. Hopefully he has been helping me. Not hopefully, he has been helping me manage a lot of the stuff that's going on. As most of you guys know, have watched me from previous streams. I'm not terribly observant of the chat, so I'm doing my absolute best to maintain that and talk at the same time. I can't even chew gum and talk at the same time, and that is a literal thing, by the way. Anyway, if I've missed anything that you've said, I apologize for that. I do my best to try to keep up. That's why I got the Dysterium here, so you can help me keep up.
Yeah, referring to your experience with the person using the hack or whatever they used, I can't imagine someone doing that to me. Like the weapon, my main go-to weapon is an anti-armor scattered explosive plasma. Sorry, Gatling plasma with reload speed. I can't imagine someone. I paid like 6k flux for it because it's like a weapon I really wanted, and that's where most of my flux went, and I wouldn't trade it ever.
Well,
But I can't imagine someone taking that from my inventory.
The other day, whenever you were live streaming on Twitch,
Discord.
I got an opportunity to see it. That is a pretty slick looking weapon.
Yeah, it's yeah, I love it. I'm not going to say I have named it, or if I haven't, but maybe I have.
Well, my favorite weapon is my anti-armor 5mm with exploding rounds, and I know it's not that great to use against the Queen, but it does a jam-up job against everything else, just about.
Have you tried the Gauss version?
I haven't progressed with what is it, the Settlers or the Raiders to get that?
Raiders, I think.
Yeah, I'm not far from completing the reputation with them, but I don't know, I kind of got burnt out on it and never returned to it.
Yeah, it's a real grind. There were methods you could use to kind of exploit, but I'm pretty sure they fixed that as soon as they could.
Yeah.
But no, I have Gauss miniguns, and it's better than the minigun. I'm pretty sure. The reason I think it's better is because it falls under the heavy gun and the energy weapon, right? So if you are using bobbleheads and magazines, you can kind of like stack the energy and the heavy gun damage at the same time. Also, it is classed as an explosive weapon. It's like one of the very few weapons that is energy heavy and explosive that doesn't do damage to you if you shoot at the ground. It doesn't do damage to you, so it's like a safer option of a heavy explosive weapon.
Well, and I kill myself a lot, so that would definitely be a refreshing benefit.
Yes, so it was something I would suggest for you to use. The only problem is the EMC is a bit more expensive to craft, but there is a workaround with that, and if you're just using normal EMC, there's a workaround using the ammo converter where I can't remember exactly what it is you use. I'd have to look it up and see, but you can basically lessen the cost of the ammo to craft it by making, I think it's cannonballs or something like that. You craft cannonballs and then can use the ammo converter to convert it to see. But the only problem with the ammo converter, it doesn't do it with ultrasight ammo,
I wasn't
which
aware
I
of that
think
either.
it's a bit of a letdown. I think,
Yeah,
but I think that they do that for certain types of flux. If you know what I mean, like certain ammo uses certain type of flux, and then if you're low on that, you can't convert. They want you to farm the flux.
yeah. Well, Turtle had come up with, and I'm not sure if he was originator of it, but he had gone into an op where he changed the muzzle of his gun and was able to kill the enemies there and continue to kill them and then just collect the ammunition afterwards. And that's kind of something that I did for a while. Someone had told me about it. I actually didn't watch the video on it, but it was pretty comprehensive to do. And that's how I get a lot of my ultrasight ammunition. That and I beg it off of other people. I'm like, please let me have your ultrasight 5mm.
It's there is a way in doing it with daily ops as well. You can run through daily ops killing the enemies with a low cost weapon, and when it comes to killing the boss in daily ops, if you switch to the weapon you want the ammo for, it rewards you that ammo in the rewards list.
Uh-huh.
So, for instance, if you're short on ultrasight 5mm, you could run through with something like, say, the Gatling laser or plasma through all the way in, like get to the boss at the end and have him like low health, and then just switch and kill it with the ammo you desire, basically.
Yeah, and that's I've done that some. I don't know. I came into I don't know, about 200,000 rounds of 5mm, and so I just threw my bandolier perk on, and then from there I didn't really have to worry about ammunition for a long, long time. But I'm starting to get down. Zed asked me a little earlier where I was on my ammunition, and I'm about 70,000 rounds right at the moment. So, and
If you need ammo, you can always ask me. I don't mind.
well, I appreciate that because
I've got the utilities, the both perks leveled and the flux to do it. So
yeah. I've got a lot of lead and I've got a lot of steel. I can make it. It's just time consuming. It's like the ammo converter. It's like, when they first come out with the ammo converter, it was like we were so happy to have something to be able to start exchanging some of this ammunition that we were no longer using. And then it was so clunky. And, I know guys that, spent literally hundreds of thousands of rounds converting it to other rounds, and only to find out on the next patch that they were fixing some of the interface on it, but it's still kind of clunky. I'll go to create ammunition with it and end up accidentally selecting the wrong ammunition.
well, at the moment, with this update we're getting, remember we got the craft sliders, so it'll be much easier to craft ammo.
Well, I never even attempted to do it. Well, I mean, crafting ammo, yes, but I'm talking about converting it. I don't know if there's going to be a craft slider on that or not.
Yeah, I hope they fix that. That is a pain in the rear, shall we say, to put it politely. To do, and it is a pain. Sometimes it's worthwhile spending that extra 5 minutes, just to lessen the cost. But I think I'm not entirely sure in saying this, but I'm pretty sure there'll be somewhere online where you can find out which ammo is good to craft to convert to other ammo types. That'd be really handy if there is, and just to be able to check that. And if they do the craft sliders, that'd be even better.
Even better, yeah. I would, I never even thought to even check it inside the PTS. So I can't answer that 100%. I mean, it's going to be one of the first things I check though, because I have even now a pile of ammunition I'd like to convert over. I've just kind of been hanging on to it to either give to somebody or literally just drop it.
Yeah,
So,
I tend to collect for certain people, like normal 5mm I collect for Quack, I think. And I drop them to her.
yeah, mine's ultrasight that I use, just, letting you know in case.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll be able to craft it. It's all right.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. I've got a couple of resources. I mean, like I said, I can make my own ammunition, but I've got a couple other people that do it for me as well. Zed's made some for me before, and Magpie, she's given me a pile of it too.
So
incredibly grateful to those guys.
Compare resources, and if I have more resources, I'll craft it. And
Cool.
if not, then you craft it. But I'm pretty sure I've got more resources. Not bragging here, but we'll see. We'll see.
Well, Magpie asked a little earlier about winning and losing. I just wanted to touch base on that. There was a bet that we had earlier, sort of. It wasn't really a bet. It's not like we shook hands on it or anything, but I mentioned to Warhart that I think the servers would be up in 3 hours, and he said 6. And just so you know, guys, if it is 6 hours, we're probably going to end the stream. It's probably just too long to have to wait. But anyway, we're into 4 hours now, and officially, I guess Warhart won that bet.
So far.
Yeah.
We're including people in chat as well, remember?
That's right. And so the bet was that I would give somebody a kiss. I don't know. I think Branch took me up on the bet. So maybe I'll kiss Branch. I don't know. I just, I don't know. I have to talk to Bethy about that. She's kind of jealous. You know what? You know how she is. She ended up punching me.
I'll keep you in line somehow.
And we're 5 minutes out from 4 hours. I swear I didn't anticipate it to be this long. I'm sure everybody else in chat feels the same way. So we're looking at actually we're past the official time of when they would have normally brought it down in the first place. So
yeah, we are.
Yeah, we kicked this off at 6 a.m. my time, which I'm on Central Time. If you know where Pensacola is, relatively close to Pensacola, Florida, is where I'm located. And Warhart, you're in Scotland, right? Yep.
Correct.
And so you're 6 hours ahead of me. So what time you got there? 4?
Yeah, just coming up for 4.
Okay.
I'm suspecting on my time frame it'll be about after 5. So another hour at least, I'm reckoning.
Okay. That's a long time. That's a long time to talk. I mean, my gosh, I don't think I've ever talked this much in a stream.
My voice is kind of breaking. I'm just glad I bought 2 drinks before I came on stream. I was like, it's going to be a long stream. I'll prepare myself just to be safe. So I have more in the fridge that I can go and get quickly if I need to. So
I think I'm going to send Dysterium to McDonald's and pick us all up something to eat. What do you guys want to eat in chat? He's going to be heading
hungry.
out to, yeah, he get a Big Mac and a large fry.
I think the only thing I have in the house is I meant to go shopping yesterday, but I think I forgot, or I just too lazy to go yesterday. And the only thing I've got is pasta, but that's fine by me.
We've got some stuff here. We've got this place called Walmart here in the States. I'm not sure. It's just a big box store where you get groceries from, but they have like a Walmart pickup, and so we'll jump on the app and say what we want, and 2 or 3 hours later, whenever it is, we'll drive down there and they'll put it in the back of the car and we'll leave. It's great.
Walmart own a store here called Asda, so I'm quite familiar with some of the stuff they have because I find Asda a weird store. I work in retail, so I'm kind of used to the way stores lay out their products and like stuff. But when I go into Asda, it's like a totally different layout system, and it just confuses me. Like I go to where I think it'll be, and I'm like, no.
I got some people making fun of me in chat on how I pronounce stuff. In my defense, I actually took one of my earmuffs off. In my defense, when I have my earmuffs on, it completely blocks out any sound, so I can't hear what I'm saying, so I can't really enunciate stuff normally. So either I become more southern or more stupid. So if you guys can decipher what I'm saying, I appreciate that. Certainly don't normally talk that way, unless of course Bethy makes me. Thanks, Ed. But yeah, it's getting lunchtime here for us. So
it's getting dinner time near for me. But well, I say for me, but for where I live, because I when I'm hungry, that's how I roll. I don't really like have set meal times. I know I should, but I just eat when I'm hungry.
I have set meal times. I try to have set meal times. Actually, we got another update. Is this the same one that we received? No, yeah, I already read this one off. It's basically Valseek updating us in the Bethesda forums, letting us know they're still continuing to work on the servers, but they haven't added anything additional into it. So with once you and there's probably been more people that's added on to the live stream here, and I appreciate you guys being here. Just wanted to let you know that if you're on the Bethesda launcher, it's the download is 22 gigabytes now. Confirmed is actually 15 gigabytes. And then if you're using the Microsoft Store, it's 62 gigabytes, which seems like a completely full download of the game. And then on Steam, it's an 11 gigabyte one. And then you said that yours on Steam and yours was less than that, right?
Mine is 9.3. Yeah, I was just looking at Steam here. 9.3 is what mine says here.
Okay.
And that was downloaded about 2 hours ago.
Yeah.
And can't play.
That's right. The PlayStation 4, 58.6 gigabytes. Might as well just say 57 gigabytes, and it's probably just a little less than that. And that's also included with the PS5 players too. I imagine that's going to be around the same size. And then your Xbox at a whopping 65 gigabytes download. And a lot of you guys are probably already downloading your patches right now while the servers are down. If you're not, you would definitely want to get a jump on that. And that way, as soon as the servers come back online, you could be inside the game.
Yeah, I like this. I like the way Bethesda do it. Like you pre-download the content, but it is annoying that you're sitting there with the new content downloaded and waiting for the servers to be up. But at least when the servers are up, you can go and play. Rather than servers are up, you got to go and play, and the updates released at the same time as the servers are up. You have to wait for the download and then play. At least this way, it gets a lot of people online roughly the same time.
Just reading through the chat here.
Magpie, can you do my shopping too? Go and do my shopping for me. I'll tell you what to get. I'll message you on Discord.
Hey, what I'm curious about is, well, I've always wondered what kind of things that they're doing with the patches. I mean, when Microsoft sends a patch down to our computers to update, it'll just say down the bottom right-hand corner, you've got an update to the latest version of Windows or whatever. Do you want to do it now? And they'll give you a time where you can go and patch. But on these servers, are they literally bringing the servers down, taking off the VX files, because I'm sure they're virtual machines, and then putting the new virtual machines on there and just kind of propagating them across the Amazon server farms, which I'm thinking that's what they're doing. So if they do that, I said do, and then they'll spin up each one individually. So there may be, and I wish there was an account so we know how many servers are out there, and I wish we knew how many players were out there. But they may be spinning up 500 servers and dividing that across the board, or even more than that, for all the different platforms. And that might be one of the reasons why this is taking longer than normal.
True. We have a PS4 download comparison now of file size.
38 gigabytes, right?
It says 38.5, and then on the patch notes it says 58.6.
Yep.
That's substantial difference.
I wonder why there is a discrepancy there.
I don't know. Maybe Valseek's been misinformed, or maybe this was what was intended and it's maybe less because they've cut content. That could be a possibility. Yeah. Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Is it Kaylin? I think it's Kaylin. Which platform are you on? And I'll be able to advise you how to download, pre-download the update. Sorry, I have a lot of noise in the background. If you can hear it, I don't think you should because I have the noise suppression on. There's a dog outside that's not too happy.
I don't hear it at all.
That's good. And then also during the stream, I got a funny story to fill some time. I have a wood burner stove.
Uh-huh.
And I don't use it. I tend to use electric because it's more convenient for me.
And safer.
And safer. When you're gaming, you don't tend to look at the fire and say, "Oh, I need more fuel,"
Mm-hmm.
So I have two. I want to say crows, but I think they're jackdaws, but I'll call them crows that are nesting in my chimney, and they have young ones. So every so often, I'll hear a murder of crows coming from the wood burner because they're feeding. And that's in the background. Sometimes you'll hear me laugh because, yeah, I've named them Hugin and Munin after like Norse mythology, so it's funny. I'm just happy that it doesn't come across on stream because it's noisy. Because I find it funny. It's good.
Well, using that crisp inside of, and that's how we're popping in the audio of all the other hosts is we're using Steam to pop that in, but it's got crisp in it, and it really knocks out a bunch of that, which is really just a noise gate that.
You mean Discord?
What did I say? Steam?
Yep. We're
God.
not using Steam for comms.
Somebody, I need a biscuit or something. Somebody bring me a biscuit. My gosh.
That's another thing. You say biscuit, and that's like bread to you, right?
Well, yes, yeah.
Well, a biscuit here is yeah. We're not getting into this discussion. I used to be a chef, and I can't get into this discussion because I'll go wayward off topic.
Yeah. You can tell me later. Maybe I don't want to ask a biscuit when I'm in front of somebody from Scotland.
Biscuit to us is like a cookie, right? But
oh yeah.
A cookie to us is a type of biscuit. That's the basis. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. So if I hear you say you're going to go get you some biscuits, I can just think like Oreos.
Correct.
Okay. If you guys have Oreos there, I'm sure you do. I mean.
We do, yeah.
Life without Oreos would be bad. So, yeah, we earlier, and I was kind of concerned about it. I was able to hear my son crying in the room. Well, he was actually in the living room, which is further down the hallway from the studio I have here, and it's he has some teeth that he's losing. So I thought, well, maybe that's the reason why he's crying, because he doesn't generally cry like that. It was kind of more of an annoying type of stop doing whatever you're doing to me, except Dysterium is sitting next to me rather than doing whatever it was. So I knew something was up. Anyway, I thought he was losing his teeth, but it ended up not being his teeth. It was something else that was superficial. Of course, it's always going to be superficial with a 4-year-old, at least to us. But anyway, I didn't get to pull any teeth up, or else I'd show you guys some pictures of that. I'm sure that would be great.
It would.
But I thought you guys would be able to hear that.
I'm just quite impressed because a lot of people have been using, speaking about sound options, I don't know if you've heard of NVIDIA Voice GTX. Is it GTX or RT? I think it's one of the two. I can't remember. It basically uses your graphics card to alter your audio options, and it has a similar thing to Crisp. I was using that for a while, but it actually reduces your frames because it uses your graphics card, right? So I've stopped using that, and you know yourself that I have a pretty decent sound card, and I've been using that, and I didn't like the Discord Crisp because it made me sound robotic, but with this sound card, I'm using it right now, and you can pretty much hear that it's not like that at all. And there's someone in chat that was saying I should pop a bomb in the chimney to get rid of the crows. I don't want to get rid of the crows. I'm quite fond of crows. It's weird.
Is that another reason why you're not using the stove? Is
yeah, I don't want to burn them out,
right.
Smoke them out. No, I'm like, no, it's warm enough with the electric heaters. It's only in winter I'll use it when I know they're not there, when they're not nesting. But no, I've got a love for animals and I respect them, and if they want to nest there, I have no issues with it.
Yeah. Well, I won't tell you my story then about whenever I had my son clean get the lawnmower out of the shed from the winter because we mowed grass for the first time because it was spring here. But that ended up not being that great. But it was not a good experience to have to deal with that. But animals like to nest inside your garages or other places. We had a snake underneath the seat of that very same lawnmower. I don't think anybody would complain about a snake being killed.
I would. Sorry.
Really? Okay.
I love all animals, big, small. I don't care what they are. The only like people who say they don't like spiders, I get they maybe have a phobia of them. But like spiders in the household, they get rid of all the annoying insects, I find, and I'm okay with that.
Well, spiders will take care of the other enemies, the other insects. So that's the reason why you want to keep spiders around.
Correct. That's why I like them, because they get rid of like all the little annoying flies. When you're sat there eating and a fly's like, "Ooh, food." You know, you don't get that with spiders around.
Yeah.
The only thing you get with the spiders when you're gaming, occasionally you'll get one sort of come down from the ceiling in front of you.
I always worry about like laying on my back sleeping, which I don't. I actually lay on my stomach. But then what got me into the habit of that was some girl said to me one day that I was like, I don't know, I guess I was dating her at the time, but she said, my biggest fear is to fall asleep on my back and a spider fall from the ceiling and land in my mouth. And ever since then, that's always what I think about when I'm laying on my back in the bed. So I don't sleep
fall
on my
asleep
back.
and realize your mouth is open. You wake up and that, no, close the mouth.
Just shove a pillow up underneath it so it stays closed and don't snore.
I used to have a phobia of snakes, but I kind of got over that. There was I want to say pet shop, but it was a pet shop and it wasn't at the same time. They used to do like more exotic animals like reptiles and also tarantulas. Like tarantulas, no problem with. But I used to just have a phobia. I ended up, I say working in there. It was more like I was freelance with them. I'd go in and help them out when they needed someone. And yeah, I just used to handle snakes and I got over my phobia. From when I was like a child, I had the phobia, and then I went in there and I was like, oh, they're not so bad after all.
Yeah, I've never been scared of snakes. It's always spiders I was always bothered with. And then one particular day, my son was like hanging out with me, and a spider happened along. Sounds like a nursery rhyme, but really did happen along, and I like freaked out from it. And then he started freaking out from it, and that's not something I wanted to kind of pass down to him. So from then we actually just started studying what types of spiders are really dangerous and stuff. And from there I realized that there's not that many dangerous spiders that are out there. Most of them are actually pretty good spiders. So,
Living in the UK, I don't really have that issue with anything venomous or poisonous. Also, fascinating fact about spiders, not to creep people out, but all spiders have venom, but it's down to the potency and obviously the dosage. So if you ever wonder if you get bit, like if you've got a bite, like it's the same with some insects, to be honest. If you get an insect bite, why it inflames, that's why. A tidbit of information for you.
And they must always get inflamed, especially like bee stings and stuff. That's another thing.
It's a chemical reaction. I don't want to go. I was going to say Bear Grylls, but that's more. Is it Coyote? Whatever his name is. Yeah, but I'm not going to do that because I can't remember his last name. Coyote Wild, or I don't know.
I don't think I know.
Peterson. Coyote Peterson. There we go. He's a bit of an idiot. He goes out his way to get stung by stupidly strong insects, and but he would never do a snake because it's totally different. But he does insects. It's weird. I don't think he does spiders either.
We have a pile of spiders here that like if you go in my backyard, I live in a very rural area, so I got a lot of space in my backyard too. And if you go out there at nighttime, like a flashlight or something, and just kind of survey the ground with the flashlight, you'll see little glints of light all over the place. And you think when I first saw it, I thought it was like dew, until I started getting closer to them. Because every time I went out there, they were always out there. And every time I went to one, it was a spider's eyes reflecting back at me. And
really,
there was just we call them wolf spiders. They're kind of brown.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Yep.
But they're literally all over the place where I live, and they'll get into the house, and everybody freaks out from them except my boys and I. But when I say everybody, that would be Bethy. But you could literally just tote them out with your hands, and that's what we do. We try not to kill them. We still have the exterminator come to the house and do the perimeter of our house to make sure that not all big bugs get in here, but spiders get in here all the time. So I like them. I mean, I won't eat them, but I like them. And so does Magpie. Magpie likes spiders too.
I know all about that. One time we were playing and there was a spider. I'm not going. I won't call her out on that one, but that's all I'll say. But I thought you were going to say like some form of bioluminescent bug that was going to be, but if it's spider's eyes are reflecting.
Yeah, that's what they were. So
I was
it's
expecting something like I want to say torch bug, but that's not. And I don't know if that is actually a bug or not, or if I just know that from Elder Scrolls.
Yeah, well, it's the same. Yeah, I mean, when you said torch bug, I think firefly. So that's what you're talking about, I'm guessing. Yeah.
Yeah, there is like forms of beetle that do have like I think it's thorax is the proper terminology, that do illuminate and they use it as a mode of communication.
That's cool.
Stuff like that, but I think the fireflies do the same thing.
Hey, just looking at our chat here, it looks like that Night Hunter.
You've done it again.
Night Haunter is here in our chat. Just so you guys know, you may have read in a couple places that Night Haunter was, say it funny, was going to be in here with us at the last minute. He got called in to do some other stuff, couldn't make it. Definitely appreciate you being here now, Night. It's a pleasure having you in the chat with us. I'm sorry that you missed out today with us. I'm hoping that the servers will be back online here pretty soon.
Yeah, I can. If you need me to say it, just tell me to say the name, and I'll say it.
I'm just gonna call him Night.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
The server down video. I don't know if he probably caught it, but if you watch my server down video, which is the last video I released on Sunday, I literally said it, and again, I blame it on my headset. It's not the headset with Night because
Night Hunter.
my mind wants to put Hunter there, but anyway, I actually said it in the video, and I didn't even catch it till I actually was in post with it, and I thought, oh my gosh, I'm not re-recording all that stuff again, so I just put a little graphic underneath it saying I missaid it. He's probably read it, I'm sure, but I just can't get it straight.
It's a good bit of comedy. It's comedic value for the stream and the videos.
It looks like a Death Lord has made it here too. Hey, Death.
It's
Ryan, again, if I haven't told you, I appreciate you being here, man. You got a lot of cool stuff that I haven't been able to read all the way through just yet, but I intend to go back through our chat and read all the way through it.
Jersey Dolphins. The servers are not up yet, and I suspect there's no ETA, but I suspect we're going to be at least another half an hour to an hour and a half, I think.
If you are that good and you're right,
You're going to come to me for future, right?
Yeah, you're going to be like you're my go-to guy. I'm looking at
I've got an inkling. I don't know. It's like a gut instinct with Bethesda, but we'll see. Only time will tell.
I wonder how many things will be, this is something that's probably not addressed enough, especially that I've seen, is being from a quasi software developer. When you make changes to software, especially in the lines of like the mechanics of how the software works and doing certain things, it's not always foolproof. And you get the PTS out there for PC players, but a lot of the Xbox players and the PlayStation players, they don't have a lot of exposure to the PTS or none, so they really can't test it. So you get this new code out there for everybody to test with, and they're thinking, hey, there's this great new software that's out here, or there's a great new update. I mean, I'm going to work with it, I'm going to do stuff with it, and they may not necessarily be thinking about how am I going to break it. But there are people out there that will, and that's exactly what they're thinking. As soon as the servers come back online, they're going to look at all the new stuff that's there and what can I do to break it. And that's just this how I mean, that's just what they do, and I can't blame them for that because that's what I want to do. But
yeah.
there's no flawless piece of software out there. It's just it's impossible. I put a lot of money on 2077, thinking it was going to be the best game ever, and then when it on the day of release, PlayStation players couldn't even play it. Of course, that's on PlayStation now. That's not necessarily on the actual or game programmers, but there are hiccups in every game that's out there. And I just want to add that to Bethesda. They catch a lot of slack for doing that, but it's just the nature of the beast. All right, sorry. Go ahead, Warhead.
Michael in chat is asking what's the best moment in Fallout 76. And while you're talking there, I've kind of remembered my best moment. So I suggest that maybe I say mine and then you think about yours.
Yeah, go ahead.
So my best moment in Fallout is when there was someone griefing my friend's camp, and they were trying to they kept stealing stuff from their resource extractor, and breaking the locks and whatnot, and then try to initiate PvP and all that. So while they were doing that, I went and ran a nuke silo and nuked their base for harassing my friend.
Nice.
So a little bit of fight fire with fire, but on a different level of a nuke.
Mine is a little bit of karma. It's actually after I started the Naked Vault Dweller channel, but after the voice changer deal where I was using the voice changer all the time. Anyway, it was me and Dysterium. We were actually going to launch a nuke on the Fasnacht parade just to see if we can do it. So it's as soon as Fasnacht became available, we're geared up. We're at my camp and we're getting ready to go to the silo to launch the nuke. And some guy comes up to Dysterium and starts hitting him with a club or something. It's level 3. And Dysterium says, "Hey, this guy's hitting me. What do I do?" And I said, "Just leave him alone. We got to do this." And Dysterium, I don't know what made him do it, but he punched him. And as soon as he did that, 4 other guys unleashed hell on my camp in the middle of a live stream and completely killed him, killed me, destroyed the camp completely. And that, again, you may think, well, how's this your best moment? I learned so much from it. And of course I used an exploit too. It's since been changed, but I learned that even though that I thought what I was doing was going to be fun, what they thought they were doing was fun too. And I was going to grieve people in a way by launching a nuke on the Fasnacht parade. I just want to see what would happen. I wasn't necessarily thinking about the people, but it doesn't excuse the fact that it would have messed everybody up on that server. So I ended up not launching the nuke. Of course, they canceled the Fasnacht for 2 additional days after that anyway, for something wasn't spawning correctly, and then they got it fixed. And by then I was kind of past that point, but that was kind of the most memorable moment that I've had. And if those guys are in chat right now, meet me on the server, I'm gonna whip your ass. Just kidding. I'm not really gonna whip your ass. But they did. They laughed at me afterwards too, and I don't blame you. I would have laughed at me too.
So there's someone in chat that was asking about the new treasure hunter rewards, and I'm just looking that up just now to see what items are available, if I can find a list, which I thought I could, but I can't. I will have a look to see if I can be resourceful enough to find it.
Yeah, I was going to jump over and do it, but I'm just going to actually check the status of Falseek and see what he has to say. And no update since 44 minutes ago. We're pressing 10:30 Central Standard Time, which is 11:30 Eastern. And we've been on the stream now for 4.5 hours.
Yeah, it says 4 hours on the stream. You have more accuracy than I do because it's your stream.
Yeah.
So,
well, I'm just kind of doing the math on it, but
yeah, so it's 4:30. Yeah, it'll be 4.5 because we started at 12 my time and 7 a.m. your time.
Yeah, this is literally the longest stream ever. I want to take a picture of it. Where's the
Actually, was it? No, it's not 7 a.m. your time. It would have been 6 a.m.
Yep.
Yeah, I forget. Sorry, I keep going by EST, but
Yeah.
I had this trouble earlier when conversing with you.
I have like 6 empty cups of coffee right here next to my monitor.
Where's the 7th is the real question.
No, I actually switched over to Diet Coke because I ran out of cups.
I see.
Somebody needs to come and do my cups for me because I'm completely out. And Deathlord accused me of being a hidden evil griefer, which there might be somewhat truth to that. But normally it's me being naked and running into your camp and sitting on your vendors, and when people come to your vendors, I'll be sitting there, and then I'll actually, hopefully they'll have their audio going, and I'll actually talk to the people that are there as well. And normally that's pretty fun.
Why is there a naked man sat on my vendors?
That's it. Yeah, that's a good majority of how I met a lot of people. That's how I met Magpie and Spike, and I mean, which led me to meet you, Warheart.
Yeah, it did.
So I met a lot of people that way.
I got into this game via other people and then it just kind of like, I want to say family treed from there, if you know what I mean, like the way like tree branches go out, kind of branched out. There we go. Branched out from there on the friends side of things and who I play with. And yeah, there's some people in there at that game that are a bit, but most people, the community is really good, I find. Except for the ones that do the griefing. I've never experienced it myself as much as others have, but I like the community. It's really helpful, resourceful, and they'll help you with what you need.
This has been our community is a really great community. We have I've not experienced anything like this, and this is, when we're talking about Unreal Tournament, with Unreal Tournament, I was part of, this is about terminology here. I was part of a guild, or a team, and we were friends with other teams, but then you have your teams that you absolutely hated, and it might get like that eventually in 7.6. I think that if we had our own factions in there, or where we could have a guild system, which would be phenomenal, I think that would be pretty stinking awesome.
It would be good.
Yeah. Of course, my guild would be the loser club, but
you want to hazard a guess at what mine would be?
It would be crows in the garden.
Something to do with a Mothman, maybe.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you've seen my cultist.
Yep.
Shelter. I called it Shelter. There we go. Got it right first time there. I'm just trying to find the not the daily ops, the rewards for the mole miners. I had a list of it somewhere, but that's the old list, and I thought I saved the new list for the stream here. But I can't find it. I am still looking though. Oh, is this?
I'm looking at fandom right now to see if there's anything on that.
I couldn't find it on there myself, but you might find it, and I won't.
I don't see it. When they first came out with the treasure hunter mole miners, they had it just in Ash Heap, so everybody kind of had to congregate there to get their treasure hunters, and that place got packed up really quick with people, especially when it first kicked off. And as time progressed, they've moved it to where it's in every region. I spent a great deal of time on the PTS looking up the mole miners and where they spawn and their locations. And
I went to the extent of having an ash, like obviously Ash Heap when they used to spawn only exclusively there. I went to all the effort of doing an Ash Heap run that would like time based, right? So it was like optimized, and I done that, and then they announced, they spawn everywhere now. I was like, that was worthwhile. You know.
Yeah, they're
Sorry, on you go.
I was just going to say there's some places that you can find as many as 5 and 6
The White
congregated
Springs
together. Yeah,
golf course is usually a good one.
Grafton
What's
Steel.
Grafton Steel? Yep. What's the one in the northeast? Guided meditation. I can't remember the name of the place, but
The Winding Path.
yep.
Yeah, Echo.
There's
the
a lot
Winding
of
Path,
places
something
like that. Something like that. Yeah. A lot of places like that, you find a lot of them. But I still find that the ash heap is quite reliable because is it Lewisburg? You usually find 2 or 3 there.
No, yeah. Well, when I was on the PTS, I got as many as 5 at one time.
Really?
Oh yeah, yeah. And I've got video of it too. I'm using it in a future video that I'm putting together for the treasure hunters. But yeah, I got as many as 5 at that location, and I hadn't gotten that many before there. So they've definitely changed it up.
They have changed it up. I'm just reading chat here that someone said they got the Mothman mask from the Amp store last night, and they love it. Yeah, I love all the Mothman stuff they bring out. The most recent thing they brought out was the Mothman curtain, which I keep forgetting that I need to put up in my cultist room, just for shows. And the thing, I wish they'd bring some of the old, like they'd have like a summer we're coming up to summer. They do like a summer sale where they put a lot of the old stuff that hasn't been in for a while in this Atom store, or if they do like, I just don't understand why they don't just put everything in the Atom store rather than having a rotation, right?
Yeah. Well, they'd get more sales.
They would.
Yeah, I mean, if everything was kept there all the time, everybody could get their stuff. Like the ceiling fans that everybody has right now, I wanted that for I don't know how I missed it the first time. It just recently was in the Atom shop, but I was I jumped right on top of it whenever I saw it this time. Hey, Deathlord, definitely appreciate the donation. Thanks so much, man.
Yeah, so you have the fan now, yeah?
Oh yeah, I've got
Okay.
it. I don't have it in place yet, but I've got it.
I was gonna say if you needed it and I saw it, I'd message you. So,
well, sometimes it's when you have people come to your camp, like Spike came to my camp a couple of weeks back, or even a month, and when I was building some stuff, he put the irradiated barrel in my camp. I don't even have that one. I mean, I've tried doing radiation rumble until I'm blue in the face. I've still not gotten that stinking plan. But he placed it for me, left it there, and it's still there to this day. And I'll probably build around it. I'll probably tear my whole camp down and leave that one thing there because I can't build it.
If you had said I actually got one at one point, I would have give you it for now because yeah, they're hard to get.
Well,
I actually might be able to see if I can trade one for you. See what I can do.
That'd be cool.
Something I don't use for it. It'll be pretty easy to do. I could do that. Is it just to have for aesthetics?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Because I'm not using, at least right now, I'm not bloodied. Yeah.
If you do go bloodied, a little tip for anyone in chat also, I find that gamma guns are the best way to go. And you just kind of look in a corner at the floor and shoot, and you'll irradiate yourself, and it's quite cheap comparison to the radiation barrel. You have to kind of tap all the time, or if you have a source of water, you kind of have to like tap and drink and whatnot. That's I find the best source. I did try the radiation emitter too, but they tend to break, so it's like cost effective. But the gamma gun seems to be the best way.
And the radiation emitter, it's kind of slow too, so it
is.
If you get like is it toxic water, you can pick up an endless supply of that, and usually that kind of suits the purpose of whoever's trying to get their radiation on.
You know where my main camp is, the double extractor point in the toxic waste next to the raiders, the crater, and just down from that there's like the toxic water there. I kind of have a pool there that has radiation barrels in it too, so if ever I want to, do a bloodied build, I can just go stand there and drink the water at the same time. And or even just stand there and shoot the gamma gun at it, and within seconds, full irradiation. But I have been looking for. I think the best gamma gun would be a quad reduced weight with faster fire rate or something like that. That I'm looking for one of those.
Mischief and Magpie, thank you very much. I really appreciate the donations.
Cool.
You guys are super cool. Michael, sorry. That's why I am nearsighted and farsighted. It really does look like Mischief from here, though. It's Michael. Appreciate it, Michael.
Oh, someone's mentioned Deathclaw at their camp, and I'm a bit vexed by that. By the amount of times I've had a Deathclaw and had it disappear.
Mine happens a lot.
Yeah, mine happens. I think I'm on like my 5th one now. I say 5th one. If I was going to find one, it would be my 5th one. I keep renaming them. I should start naming them Henry, like Henry VIII and stuff like that. That'd be funny.
Well, the first Deathclaw I ever tamed, it actually just shot out of my tent. I literally watched it launch out of my tent, out of my camp, and I mean it was gone. There was no claiming him again. He was standing there and just happened to be doing something else and kind of in view of the Deathclaw, and then boom, I'm talking like gone. I have no idea what happened to him. To this day,
I'm the same with mine. I'm not sure. Like the spot I have, yes, it has a lot of NPCs attacking my camp, but I have turrets up in place, and I kind of have like a walled area around where my Deathclaw is, so it shouldn't get attacked, but it does, and I don't know why it dies. But I'm waiting for the pet system to come out, really, and like if they made a change to anything you tame to be invulnerable, because that's pretty simplistic coding, I would suspect, because it's what they've done with the mannequins, right?
Yep.
Because not a lot of people. Did I say this earlier that the mannequins are just normal NPCs with collision removed, invulnerability turned on, and static. They have that, so it wouldn't be too difficult for them to make your tamed animal basically invulnerable.
I was looking through the chat here to see if I can't answer some of these questions. Just want to build a new camp. Me too, Jerry. And yeah, I hope they fix the pet system too. Me and Gamer Mom has been, we've talked about taming animals for some time now. And Ryan, again, thank you so much for a donation. I heard cats and dogs are coming to camp. That's exactly right. Cats and dogs are coming.
In the winter update, if I remember correctly.
That's right. So domestic animals at first, and then I guess whatever they can put their hands on afterwards.
I think they will introduce it as either an activity reward as other animals. They will release it as a quest reward, or quite possibly, and probably the most likely, would be Atom Store. For other types, I can imagine them releasing a Deathclaw as a pet in the Atom Store.
And that would be pretty cool. Some people had talked about having like a baby Mothman as a pet. How would you like that?
That would be a no-brainer for me. A Mothman hatchling just sat at the camp and do you know how they port about, like the zoom off and zoom, doing that around people just to kind of scare them a little bit. That would be funny.
Well, I've tamed a cat before and several dogs, and just like the Deathclaw, they've taken off. Some have just decided that if it didn't like me anymore and left, but most of the time they end up dying in front of me. The Mirelurk King is the worst for it. They'll die with nothing attacking it. It'll just die.
I've had that once with a Deathclaw.
Have you?
Yeah, I spawned in my camp and then it just fell over. I was like, oh. I want a re-roll. I have been the thing is the only types of Deathclaw I've ever seen tameable are just a normal level 50 Deathclaw or legendary level 75. I've seen 2 people with legendary level 75s.
That were tameable? Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen was it the irradiated one? That's not the name of it.
Scorched.
No, I've had the scorch before. This one's green. Can't think of the name.
Glowing.
Yes, yeah,
I'm
glowing Deathclaw.
so envious. That is my preferred type of Deathclaw to have as a pet.
Okay, well, to
I've
make sure that
never seen a tameable one.
I was just going to say, I have never had one. That has always been something I've looked for, but I've never had one. I might have said I had one, but I've never had one. That's kind of been the coup de grace of the Deathclaws, if you can get one.
Yeah. I have looked through, looked about for Deathclaws and glowing ones. The only to tame, but the only glowing Deathclaws I've ever come across are not tameable. They don't meet the stipulations, which is quite a complex procedure, and I'd have to look it up to be able to tell you correctly what the stipulations are. I know they removed the level requirement with when they brought out the level scaling. So, game is live now apparently.
Let's look.
Let's have a check. That's not bad. That's nearly 5 p.m.
It still shows that Fallout's under maintenance.
I will try on Steam. I'm signing in just now. Let's see.
As we patiently wait.
It's taking longer than usual. Oh, yeah, it's live. It's live, people. There we go.
Okay, so you confirmed that it's live on Steam right now.
Steam, yep.
I'll kick it off on
It's not live on Bethesda just yet.
Okay, so Dysterium says on the Bethesda launcher it's not live.
Okay. So it's live on Steam. So that's handy to know.
Are you sure about that, Dysterium?
I'm all right. Sorry.
I'm gonna kick mine off.
It says the server's down, right above the play button.
I can tell you what is in the Atomic Shop if you like.
Ryan2Gamer, I definitely appreciate the donation again. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna read your comment.
I can read it if you want. I need to take a drink first, evidently. Baby Mega Sloth, like a koala. Well, there is a random event that occurs in game where you see 2 baby Mega Sloths and a mother Mega Sloth. And I can't remember what they're fighting, but yeah, they do have that in game, so that might be an option as a pet.
Is it like would it be like a koala?
Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe
just longer arms.
Yeah. And Ryan, I appreciate the donation there so much.
So we have confirmation it's live on Steam.
Confirmation that it is live on the Bethesda launcher now too. Be interesting to know if anybody else can get any kind of confirmations on their platform.
I think if it's up on Steam and Bethesda launcher, it'll be up on Microsoft. So the only one we would have to ask is if there's any console users in the chat there that can confirm whether it's up or... Yeah, it's up for Xbox now, so okay. I assume PlayStation will be the last one to go up.
Thanks, Paladin. Yep, thanks, dude.
So maybe you want to have a look at the Atom Store, because there's some quite interesting things in there that have not been seen before.
Yep, GSA is live on PlayStation.
Yep, and so is Nordry. So yep, so everyone is live now. It's good we have the update.
Yeah, let me just add a screen in here real quick, and maybe I can show some of the stuff off. Of course, a lot of people probably already know it, but...
Ooh. There is free stuff for Fallout First. Like I'm quite happy about. It's quite a lot for this update. You get. I don't want to say. I don't want to spoil. I won't say.
Give me a second. Give me a second.
The adrenaline is starting to kick in, shall we say?
All right. So
I'm
can you
getting
guys
hyped.
confirm that you've got my screen now? Let me kick this off. Don't make fun of my desktop. Got a lot of icons on here.
I am waiting for the stream to catch up. I might need to refresh.
And once I go into game mode, I can't see anything in chat. Well, I mean I can, but I'm terrible about it. So we can look at some of the atomic stuff in here and maybe glance around at a couple of things. Just realizing how far behind the stream is and what is actually being displayed on the screen.
I'm having that issue too.
Yeah.
It's a good couple minutes.
Yeah, 30 seconds to a minute at least. I don't know.
I think it's because of the length of time you've been streaming. It's adding delay. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh, cool. So yeah, you're right. They've added some cool stuff that's in here.
Yep. Look at the free stuff.
Yeah.
I'm having a bug with the free one free stuff in utility at the moment. It says it's free, and there's nothing there.
Well, mine shows free supply package.
Yeah, I picked it up, and it's still saying free. So that is a bug that's going to irritate me for maybe a couple of days. They do have, you've got it up on your screen. The Vault server room shelter. They have the new shelter, which means I'm going to have to invest in atoms. Wonderful. Always buying the new stuff. They got 4-poster bed. Decorative room divider. I'm quite interested to see what. Oh, that's a big rug.
The shelter mainframe bundle. So, square rug bundle, which looks really cool. I'm liking the green one there, by the way.
Have a look at the bundle and have a look at the size of the rugs. They're quite big. And do you know how we usually have the little rugs? What they're called?
Like throw rugs.
Like the
welcome mats.
Welcome mats, yeah. They're quite small. And do you know how you usually stack them to kind of create like a walkable path?
Uh-huh.
I might buy these for that sort of thing, so I can like use less camp budget. Because that would be quite good on my second character, because I've got a bit where I have the prefabricated train. And then around the back of that, there's water, and I can't reach the water extractor, so I had to do the little rug walkway, and these might be perfect for that.
I'm gonna go in real quick. I just want to see what this new shelter looks like. And guys, if I haven't already told you, I appreciate you guys being here in the stream with us and sticking it out. This has definitely been a long update, but it's not nearly as long as we might have thought it was going to be. But good. It was, yeah, it's not 6 o'clock at night Eastern. So I'm terribly grateful for that.
I'm still looking at the Atomic Shop at all the new stuff, and I'm like, I'm gonna have to buy the limited stuff first, I think, or they have the Corvega camp bundle. I've been looking for that for so long. You know, the skins for the turrets and water purifier and the generators. They've got that back.
So upon entering the game, what I found was special loadouts, little splash
Sorry.
page.
They've got the Mothman statue. I have been waiting months upon months for that. I am, yeah.
This is so cool. It's like we're finally arrived. It's like we can all start getting into the game and start playing this game again.
I'm amazed at that. I got so excited about the update, and the thing I'm most excited for is something that's not included in the update, and it's the Mothman statue.
I heard someone in our Discord said that the best thing about this update is the fact that people just be playing again.
Yeah, it will be.
I'm gonna real quick just look at this new shelter.
Magpie, are you using the Steam version?
Shelters.
If you are, close Steam, like click Steam, exit, and then reopen Steam, and it'll refresh your downloads available, and it should download for you.
Server room, here we come.
Server room, yeah. I'm going to watch it on yours before I go and purchase it, because it's going to be available for a while, and I kind of want to spread my expenditure across rather than just splashing out all at once.
I just met rank 1, so it actually looks pretty cool in here. So when it catches up, you'll see it. I think with the server room, though, we should have the capabilities of putting in computers.
Charity Gaming, the update is out and it is live now. We've been waiting about 2 hours? I think. Let me just double check Steam to when it downloaded. So, no, it's nearly been 3 hours actually. 3 hours from when the download completed for me.
It was about an hour and a half once they brought the servers down before they made it available to us, because that was kind of one of those things that I was like, it should already be going.
Download completed at 2 p.m. for me, and it's nearly 5 p.m. So
how do I stink and get in there?
Where are you looking at?
Are you kidding me? I can't get in there. Oh, some of you guys in chat, you're gonna have to be able to get in there. I mean, this area is, I don't know if it's accessible or not.
What, the top room?
Let's see how far you are behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're getting ready to see it as you come up these stairs here.
Oh, yeah, that's basically the server room is.
That's pretty slick.
That's like the White Springs bunker, right? Basically that layout in the form of a shelter. See, I used bunker and shelter differently there without even thinking. I can think of a few ways of getting in there.
I'm in a stream.
I know. That's
so I want to get in there. Let's put it that way.
We'll test it later.
I'm sure somebody can get in there.
Oh, the Nukatron, yes.
So
I have been waiting a while for that Nukatron because I want to test out a Nuka-Cola build. Actually, thanks for reminding me there.
Just want to just pause for just a second, and just looking at this, it really, we're all happy. I think that this update, this quality of life update, is really going to make the game better for everyone. I think Bethesda already knows that. I think the players already know that too. Somebody had to sit down and put this all together, whether it be one person or a group of people. And as generic as this might sound, I am grateful that you take the time to do this, because I know I've seen this game on Steam for $14, and it's like you get $14 and you have access to all this stuff, and it's indefinite. So kudos to you guys at Bethesda. Truly.
Look at the details in the monitors at the top as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I love the stairwell, or balcony on the stairs, I should say, above the main part of the server.
Well, they need to make a door so we can get in there. Why can't we get in there? That's the thing. Yeah.
It's the same as the aquarium. I think they want you to challenge it.
Yeah, they want us to get in there. I'm gonna put some fish in there. So, all right. Well, now that I'm here, I might as well go ahead and go to my camp. I guess I probably could have just fast traveled to it, just the same. What is the Nucatron? That's the bot, right?
It's a collectron that collects Nuka-Cola.
Okay.
So there's I've wanted to try a build for my VATS character. Well, I say my VATS character, but I'll be able to use the punch machine to change my perk loadout to be able to do that as well. So it increases your AP. Oh, you have I just noticed on stream that your load screen that you had there is the Willy Wonka reference with the golden holotape.
He does have a golden holotape, but I think I can get the plans off of him for the Civil War era
Outfits.
Yeah, outfits or era uniforms. Some of them are uniforms. But yeah, I used that in one of my videos on how to get that. They spawn at a couple of locations, and I just never gotten rid of the image. I forgot where. I think it's underneath appliances. Nope. I've passed it. Somebody in chat right now is going, no, it's back the other way.
Someone needs to do something about
Well, shoot.
setting off nukes.
All right, guys, I'm just apparently passing it up here. It's not going to be underneath vendors.
What is it you're looking for?
The punch card machine.
You have to learn the plan for it. That's probably in your inventory first.
Okay. It probably said that in that first screen.
I'm just taking a stab at the dark, and from the research I've done on it, it'll probably be in your inventory.
No, it's not in my inventory.
Maybe go to the train station?
Yep, that's where I'm going.
I think you maybe have to use it first, and then it gives you the plan.
It's got a few people already on the server.
I'm
Just-
still in the menu at the atomic shop. You know what I'm like. I'll spend a little good while like working out what I can afford just now and what I can save for a later date. They've got the Pale Rider for the power armor back. I own the other two, War Rider and Black Rider, so Pale Rider would be.
Okay. Oh, here it is. I can manage my specials here.
Yeah. Did it hand you a plan though?
I don't know. Didn't say the plan had been added to me.
I'm watching the stream as it's a bit behind. I'll be able to tell you.
No. The only unknown thing that I've got is Ultrasot rebar.
Okay. Hmm.
I'm thinking that since I was already over level 25, that it automatically gave it to me. And I'll dig through there and find it. I know, I mean, I had it set up on my PTS camp, but I'll dig through there and definitely find it. So default build name, and I can just, man, this is just going to be phenomenal. I'm just flipping through some numbers here, guys. I had to work on what build that I want to do. And you can edit your special. Oh, that's where I was. You can edit your active perks. I don't have enough in strength to do it. So that's great. That's fantastic. Going up to my camp here, I can go ahead and rename my camp and call this my main camp. And then I can turn it on and off. I need to sell stuff. I'm going to change this to
You need to add more in strength. Is it?
Oh, I've given up on it. There's a lot about the builds that I'm not familiar with, so instead of like putting a crazy build out there, which I probably could, I was going to hold off. So now my camp looks like that, which is kind of cool. And that means that I'm going to build a new camp right Can I do it right here? How do I have, I'm overweight. Oh. I don't know why that is. Let me just bring my sorry butt back to the punch card machine here. And then set my default build back. There. All better now. And there's not pets at the moment yet. That's going to be in a much later update.
Winter update.
Wouldn't it be great if we can have more than one pet running around at the same time?
Yeah, I'm wondering if when they bring out the pet system, if you can have a tameable pet and a pet. Does that make sense?
They might. Yeah. Ryan, thank you for the donation. Definitely appreciate that. A new Nuka-Cola. Let's get that.
The Nuka-Cola Collectron.
Yep. Did you already pick yours up?
No, I don't see it.
That's what Ron's saying here in our chat.
That he can't see it either.
Where do I find that
Oh,
one?
it's a seasonal reward. It's in the what you call that? I forget what that is called actually.
I'm not seeing it.
Scoreboard.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you can't. I gotcha. So it's in the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's a scoreboard reward. Because I just went to camp items and all I can see is the normal Collectron one, which I don't take because I have the other variants.
Were you looking at that one earlier?
The normal. I can look at the scoreboard just now. So
no, I mean I'm looking at it now. I didn't know exactly where that one was.
I shall find it for you while you stream. I can't remember the number.
Yeah, it's going to be this number right here. It's the gold one right above the R in Armor Ace.
I see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it actually looks like a Nuka-Cola fridge. I didn't expect that.
I didn't either. I don't know why I didn't see it. And now a lot of those cards that they had on the PTS, they didn't have the images for them. So,
Yeah, I think this was one they didn't have. It looks. They've even done the LED. Well, I say LED. The light as the face, as they do with the power armors.
oh yeah, that's cool. This is something I definitely can't wait to get to.
I'm the same, yeah. You can also see the flamer paint. I like how they put things gold, so it's like it marks the unique items. I don't know if they've done that in previous, but the first thing gold that you unlock is the beehive, which is handy if you use honey in any buffs. Then the mannequins, and then one of my favorites, the death breath skin for the flamer.
And Scuba actually made that mistake when I was on PTS. Scuba said to make sure to activate your second camp before you try to place it. Otherwise, you will place your first camp and move it. You don't want to do that. I've made that mistake, like I said, and ended up with a mess. So come to the map menu, switch to your second camp, and then select to place it before you try to place the camp. Otherwise, you'll end up moving your primary camp.
So activate and then place.
That's correct. Because
Okay.
I assure you, it doesn't care. It's just going to, whatever one is selected, it's going to try to place it. So place my next camp right here. This is not a permanent spot. I'm just fooling around with it. So in my secondary camp, way over here. So my first one here at 2 o'clock from Foundation and 6 o'clock from RNG Station. And what I'm really liking is the fact that I only have to use one vendor now rather than 3 vendors. So everything will all be on the same vendor.
So it's not capped at 30 slots.
That's right.
That's good.
I guess it would be 90 slots, wouldn't it? If they're putting a cap on it.
It's 4 vendors, is it not? You can have 120.
Yeah, 120. I only have 3 running at my camp right now. 3 vendors.
Yeah, so that would be 90 for you. I'm just looking through some of the rewards on the scoreboard there, and I'm excited. There is a carry weight booster. Wow.
Cool. Notice that now that it's come out, everybody's still watching. Yeah,
Like it's chat's quiet, but they're playing and watching at the same time.
Yeah,
How I expect it to be.
yeah. Like I was telling everybody earlier, I'm not the greatest at chatting and playing at the same time. I'm not even the greatest at like talking and playing at the same time. What I was gonna say is well, first off, I'm gonna look at my vendors here. I'm gonna flip them on real quick. I can tell that Scuba was actually did some stuff on the PTS because he had to, or they had to know who about that. Probably ended up making the same mistake that I did too.
So I'm gonna activate it first before or anything. But I'm gonna take a short break to nip to the toilet, and then I'll be back.
Okay. All right.
I just got excited looking through the atomic store and everything new. Right, I'll be a few seconds.
Cool, man. Take your time. Guys, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go through and see if I can't find. I want to say it was I last saw it in here. I know where it is. Crafting. There it is. I knew it was here somewhere. It's underneath crafting. So when you guys get logged in, go underneath crafting. You don't have to learn the plan. At least I didn't have to learn the plan. I'm over level 25. So I guess if you're not level 25, that's gonna be a problem for you. I think I should have already known that being on the PTS and all. And I actually went through the same problem on the PTS too. I just am not changing my perks around a lot. I've never done that before, so this is really kind of a new experience for me. And I definitely want to make a bloody build. And you can see that there's another place right here where they can put an additional loadout, and I would think that they can extend this on out to where you can have multiple loadouts going on there. Whether you can purchase those from the Atomic Shop or you can get them in a seasonal board, that's yet to be seen.
Will do the trick for you.
Big Ball, to answer your question, the servers are up and going now. And Scuba, I actually have accidentally trashed my main character on the PTS. So at least right now, I'm just going to rename this one to Do Not Nod. How's that?
This collection is property of the Brotherhood.
Right, I have returned.
Great, man.
So I was just checking. I still have this. I'm going to restart the game before I join on the server you're on. Because it's still coming up Atomic Shop free on the utility section when I've already claimed it.
So looking at the world activity tracker that we were talking about a little earlier, not sure if a lot of people were in there in the live stream at that time or not, but the tracker, when you go to your map menu, this will tell you all the things that are going on now on the server, so you don't have to chase it down, scrolling around through the map and stuff. Now, it doesn't have decrypted on here as a daily ops, which I thought that they would kind of run them parallel to each other, but they're not. So this one's called Uplink. This is one of the regular daily ops, which I'm obviously not going to join. But I am kind of curious.
Vendors as well. I didn't realize they were on there as well.
It's going to be so nice to have your daily challenges and weekly challenges to be able to do again.
I think it'd be better if they had a filtered version, so you could have a look at like camps, events. Don't you think?
Uh-huh.
Because at the moment it's just got featured in all.
I don't see any new challenges listed in there. They're pretty much the same old challenges.
Like Cryptid, is that new?
You're talking about for the daily?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's not. That one's been around too, but it's a rare one. I mean, you don't see it like every week, but I have seen it before.
Yeah, they're pretty much recycled. Yeah, they're having a bit of a hard time with people logging in just now, I think, as well, because it's taken me. I've been trying to sign back in for about a minute now. So it's probably just due to an influx of players. Yeah, let's visit another player's shelter. Emerald, there are new items in the Atomic Shop, which I've just spent about 10 minutes looking through, deciding what I want to buy now and what I want to buy later.
Oh, look, I got somebody already visiting my vendors. Good luck buying anything. Go back and activate my other camp. Start working on it.
I'm still signing in. They must be having a lot of issues. I think maybe that's why it was saying that I still had free items when I didn't.
Emerald, we'll look at it in just a second. In Perfect Orc, you can't have both camps at the same time, but you can have obviously 2 camps.
And you can alternate between which one is up and which one isn't.
That's right. So if you want your vendor running in one camp but not the other, it's as simple as turning one off and turning the other one on. I think I want to try to strategically place mine so that way it really cuts back on the amount of caps I spend. Not that that's a big deal, but going from one location to the next. You put a camp over there near the Scorched Beast Queen, or on the far end there, West Virginia Lumber Company. You're going to have an easier way of getting around. It'll cut those cap usage quite a bit.
Or you could just do the if you're not carrying junk, do the free method of accidentally tripping over a log.
And dying.
Yeah.
I already picked up the Vault server room shelter, and there's a lot of vertical space in the Vault server room. I like that a lot. I haven't picked up any of the square rug bundle or some of these other things that are listed here on the.
If you
Atomic
go
Shop.
to vaulting, leaving soon, that's the best thing you can get, I think.
So what I've got in there is the Mothman curtain door. Oh, look, they've got the Mothman bundle.
The
I thought I already had this.
statue in there.
Oh, let's look at the statue here. That's new?
No, it's not new. It's old. It's just not been in the store for a while. At least for the amount of time I've been playing, it's not been in.
Oh, that's cool. It opens up its eyes and looks like a Mothman, kind of.
It's activatable as well.
I wonder why the Mothman doesn't actually look like that, and it looks a little cuter than this. I'm gonna get that.
Not
too.
sure. Maybe he's not fully developed, or I'm not sure. Not sure.
It'll be a little bit more terrifying to look the other way.
He flies off and then comes back. Yeah, I got signed in finally.
So your shelters come up. So you have one camp, then you have your other camp, and you have your shelters in your other camp, and you're just now building your new camp. If you place your shelter in your new camp that's already built in the other camp, it's still the same shelter. You don't have additional shelters, or at least that's the way it was on the PTS. We're about to find out real quick.
I'm pretty sure that your shelters are bound to the door.
Yep.
And they have their own separate camp type machine in the shelter where you can just reset it to basically level, like get rid of everything, which is separate from your camp machine, which is above ground. So they've done a nice little thing this week with the Atomic Shop. You can claim a free item every day this week, like consumables, caps, and more. So every day you get something from the Atomic Shop for free.
That's cool. I want to have Bethy log in. So, and those have missed
free.
it. Go ahead. Sorry.
That's all right. It's your stream. On you go.
No, I didn't mean to overstep you there. There's a little delay.
It's still saying free on utility is what I was going to say in that. There's nothing there to pick up for me.
So when you select on it, it doesn't take you anywhere.
So I click utility and it's got claimed free supply package, and then it's got your usual repair kits, repair and scrap kits, and lunch boxes, and none of them have the little free emblem on them.
Okay. Yeah, mine definitely does have the free next to the supply kit, and it's only 24 hours. When I say supply kit, supply package. Here's what's in it. It doesn't say,
Um,
but it's got probably just a pile of materials in it.
a collection of useful materials to help you survive the wasteland.
Mm-hmm. It might be that you're on Steam and that I'm on the Bethesda launcher, and yours might take a while to actually update.
So you have the supply package. You also have icons, emotes, and photo mode. I don't have the photo mode, but these might be previous ones that you've not picked up, right?
Maybe. I'll go in and check them out just a bit. But I was going to just touch base real quick on those who haven't seen the new shelter and considering getting it. This is the server room shelter, and there's 2 side rooms to it, and you've got some vertical space in here, as well as the additional side room right over here with some vertical. Well, I don't think that this is as much vertical space. Windows with a
Also-
view.
Windows with view. Also can't access the scoreboard now.
Cannot.
No, it's grayed out. This is I want to say buggy, but so I can't actually join on you either, because when I go to social, it doesn't show the friends. So I might have to. I think they're struggling to keep up with the abundance of players.
Yeah. And that's cool. There's a lot of stuff that we're have to get in there, explore and build around on with our camps and with all the other things that are in there. I mean, we've been going on this live stream now for 5.5 hours, getting ready to go on to 6. I think what we probably need to start doing is start packing it up. Warheart, if you don't have any problem with that. Just want to thank our audience that's been here all throughout the day, hanging out with us, sticking it through. Look, I just got an error occurred. Season is unavailable.
Yeah. So they might be changing something, and with that, they've realized they're missing something and changing with it quickly before
Yep.
people realize.
Yep. And so the scoreboard, you're exactly right. Mine's completely grayed out too.
So they're still tweaking stuff in the background while we're online.
All my friends were there, and then they all disappeared.
Yep,
They're, like,
yep.
completely
Issue.
gone.
Like I can't join on you or anything.
Well, this is the kind of stuff that we were talking about a little earlier, guys. Whenever they do a mass rollout on stuff, it's unpredictable sometimes, and it just happens. They'll get it going. This is a big thing they're pushing for. So whatever that they got going on, they're going to get it fixed. I'm watching the stream as it's happening.
Yep.
I know how I felt at that exact second, which was 30 seconds ago. Anyway, guys, I really appreciate you all being here in the stream with us today. We've gone from server going down to server back up to being able to explore around a little bit, but it looks like we're experiencing some other things that are going on inside the servers, which isn't too surprising, but maybe they'll get them ironed out by the time that you guys get ready to jump in and start playing. Anyway, I am going to go ahead and end it up for today. Thanks a lot for being here. If you haven't already subscribed, please go ahead and subscribe to my channel. Hit the notification icon. You'll know whenever I go live and whenever I release videos. And look, my social just popped back up there again where all my friends are. I can see you at the main menu, Warheart.
I can see that too. I can see who's online and who's doing what.
But I can't. Well, I might be able to join them. Anyway, Warheart, I'd like to thank you for being here with us and sticking it out and making sure that I ended up having to kiss Branch.
And be able to say Night Hunter.
Night Hunter.
That's not a problem. I'll help out when I can.
So, sincerely, thank you for being here, Warheart. You've been a tremendous help. Dysterium, thank you for monitoring our chat and maintaining that for us and keeping me straight. Anything you'd like to add before we go?
No, I'm happy. I would just thank the audience basically. Keeping chat going has been a good part while we've been waiting for the game to go live, and it's really helped out in past time. Some nice questions in there and things that got me thinking about stuff I wouldn't normally think about, which is really good.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, with that, you guys have a wonderful patch day, and hope to see you guys in the game soon.